Hey, what's good, chat? Oh, it's been a crazy couple of days for me. Um, and just in general, really. Classes are started, so I'm dealing with that. That's always fun. Not that bad actually, but got one at 8 a.m. on Mondays, so that's fun. Which, speaking of, there wasn't a stream yesterday. We decided to cancel. Probably should have done something about that, and I didn't. I was gonna stream here in place, but I was just so tired. Due to the nature of my day being the first actual day of being back in class and stuff, and having to be up super early. So, it was not a great time, but things are fine. We'll be returning back to normal next week, I assume. Then I don't know about the week after. Actually, let me look at my calendar. It actually might be, we might be gone for a couple of weeks on that front. And we'll try to keep that updated as I can, but I'm unsure. Now, next week we should be good, and then the week after we will probably not have a session. And then after that, we'll be good and back to normal. It's possible that we might still have one next week, but... Or not next week, the week after. The 11th, I think is what it is? I think it was the day, that Monday. We might possibly still have one? I don't know. I'll get back to it when I get back to it. When I know what's going on with that. Regardless... oh man. Thoughts. This is going to be the final stream of Ace Attorney 3. I'm going to finish it today, which means we're probably going to go over by quite a bit. If anything like Ace Attorney 2. We'll probably end up being here till like 4. Not actually. But it'll probably be like a 4-hour stream. So, wrap in for that. Get the loading of the saves ready to go. After that, we'll probably just play Gear tomorrow. I don't want to start up anything just yet. And then there probably won't be anything Thursday, unfortunately. Because, as is always the case, last-minute things decide that the schedule shall no longer be the schedule. Feels great, but, you know, whatever. But, you know, it's fine. It'd be like that. We'll be done with Ace Attorney anyways, so we would just be playing more Gear, or something else, I don't know. And then next week, we'll start, Fire Emblem 6. Roy's game, The Binding Blade. Which I believe the official name is Fire Emblem The Binding Blade. Something like that. I mean, I think that's the translation, like the proper, not proper, but like the common translation for it is The Binding Blade. I've heard and seen a couple of different things for it, but we'll start there. We're in an interesting time here, because I'm honestly feeling starting something a little bit more long form. But I don't know. Right, like the whole point of not doing anything super crazy long was Rune King game coming out at some point, eventually. And that was going to be the kind of quote-unquote long-form game. But I don't know what to do after Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem, I don't think it'll be that long. It's a GBA game, so it can't possibly be that long. I mean, it might have like a lot to do, but it probably won't be like a super It'll probably only take like 2 weeks. Probably won't be much longer than these tourney games, honestly, as far as playing it. But that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with a shorter game. But I don't know what I want to do. I mean, we could continue down the rabbit hole of Fire Emblem. I've also kind of had an urge to play through the entire Final Fantasy franchise, excluding 14, since 14's the MMO. Not that there's anything wrong with 14 or anything like that. I actually have no real opinions on 14. I've heard it's great, and that everyone who plays it loves it. So I have no issues with that, but I don't know. Really don't. And then as far as Saturdays and Sundays are concerned, I mean, I'd like to stream. I honestly might just change the schedule to be Mondays through Fridays, so I can have Saturdays and Sundays to do other things. But at the same time, a lot of my homework is seemingly going to be due on Saturdays, so it's up to me to do all of the homework for all of my classes on like a day like Saturday. I might just keep it what it is now. I might pull Sunday off or Saturday off though, and then it could just be like a surprise if I stream on. I mean, it is a surprise if I stream on Wednesdays currently. It's been like 3 months or something since the last time I played Guilty Gear on a weekend. It's been a long time. Pretty much been, I think, since Gear came out. But I digress. It's not that big of a deal. But we're finishing. We're gonna beat this 23 today. In order to do that, we have to start. So we're gonna start. We're on the second day of investigation. I gotta remember what was going on. So I guess as a recap for anyone that maybe doesn't remember, because I certainly don't remember a lot of what happened. So I'm gonna try to restart the brain on that one, see if I can figure it out. So Phoenix, Pearl, and Maya go to some like remote shrine up by like Erie Creek or Erie River or whatever they called it, Eagle River, I think is what it was. Right, something like that. Which is like this famous spot where some cases occurred at before, and naturally, one of those people is part of this case now, because of course they are. Was also a part of the first case of this game. Same person, but case preceding that one was the last case we did. There was a wonderful old spiritual lady there named Bikini. There was Iris. Remember Iris? Because Mega Man X4, and that's the only reason. The Iris, who is also known as Dahlia something or other. I don't remember. Hawthorne, probably. That sounds right, actually, Dahlia Hawthorne. But she's called Iris now, I guess. I don't know why, but yeah. And we know it's Dahlia because she remembers Phoenix, so it clearly is Dahlia. But that's that. Up in the snow in the mountains. It's snowing, it's winter. You stay there overnight. Some children's book author dies, gets murdered, stabbed through the chest by the statue of Ami Faye. It's believed that it was Iris, but we know it's not, because Iris is our client. And no Cyclops appeared when she said she didn't do it. I don't know how much of that I believe right now. We'll find out, though. We'll find out. That's probably what we're going to learn today, really. And also, our friend, our boy, whatever his name is, I forgot, Larry Butts. He was there. He's now like the protege, I guess, of said artist, who is now dead, so he can no longer be the protege of them. After the murder occurred, the bridge was on fire leading to the other temple, where Maya was doing some training. Phoenix decides, I don't care, I'm going to run across this old 30-year-old bridge that didn't even work like 15 years ago. But I'm still gonna run across it even though it's on fire. Falls into the river, is fine, but we got to play as Miles instead. And Miles did all the investigating, the first court case against Francisca. I assume we're back to Phoenix, I believe. We're back to Phoenix, right? And we'll probably be up against Godot. Would be my guess. We can get the full final Godot block and finish off his story as well. So I think that's essentially what happened. There's obviously some details in there. I'll remember those as we go through. So, February 9th, 3:43 a.m. Hottie Clinic Intensive Care Unit. Ah, there's a lot of sunset. I still up at this hour, reading through the trial record of a certain case. It's the first case my mentor, Mia Fey, had ever handled in a court of law. The horrifying truth that I refuse to accept is holding me hostage here within its pages. Dahlia Hawthorne. It was Hawthorne. Hey. What I have read, I don't want to believe. What is written here? This isn't the Dahlia I knew. After falling into Eagle River, I was somehow miraculously saved. I ended up catching a cold that seemed to knock me around the world and back. I feel dizzy, my ears are ringing, my throat burns, and my head is on fire. Dang, Phoenix. That's a mood right there. But I will recover. I have to recover by this afternoon. I have to meet up with the most ill-tempered witness imaginable. But I know that he will be able to help me with him. Yes, somehow. Okay, yeah, Edgeworth. Edgeworth got called from like halfway across the world. February 9, 2:43 p.m. Dusky Bridge. Right. Are you sure you're well enough to be doing this? Needs to look a little green in the face. Oh, a baby Viridian, in how to speak. Actually, my fever has gone down quite a bit. How's your temperature now? Only 102.2 degrees. Nothing to worry about. Anyway, here are today's trial record. Not bad, Edgeworth. Pretty impressive despite the circumstances. We're not in the clear yet. The main point of contention tomorrow is going to be the murder weapon. Yeah. In the end, it doesn't even matter. The Shichi though, did not deliver the deadly blow. Which means there must be another sword hiding out there that we don't know about. Another sword, huh? Don't you worry about a thing, pal. I'll dig up the murder weapon myself, or I'll eat my coat. Thanks again, Edgeworth. I'll handle things from here. That was probably for the best. Actually, I was thinking about paying the old precinct a little visit. Something I want to look into. And that is our client's background, naturally. You mean Iris, sir? I have the feeling that we've met before. All I want is confirmation, one way or the other. And since I probably won't be getting that from you, I'm sorry, Edgeworth. Did you do right? Take care. Oh, good. I guess I should get moving, too. Why? Do you need to be somewhere? Yeah, I've gotta get to work on this bridge, pal. I'm rigging something up so we can get across to the other side. Ah, that's right. Maya's still stuck over at the inner town. But don't you worry, pal. As soon as it's all set, we'll be the first to know. Thank you, Gumshoe. Yeah, no problem, pal. Just try not to give me that coffee, yours, okay? Yeah, alright, I'm off. Hang in there, Maya. We'll get you out, I promise. But in the meantime, I've got to continue collecting evidence. Good old Dusky Bridge. Alright, so we need... figure out what's going on here. It feels like it's ready to collapse. At least more than it did before. According to Bikini, Eagle Mountain is very prone to earthquakes. That reminds me. If memory serves me correctly, Edgeworth isn't exactly a fan of earthquakes. That is true, he is not. He's very afraid of earthquakes. It reminds him of, the murder of his father. Plaza Card Temple doesn't have a single private line. House is in the area, so I guess Bikini's the one who uses this. I should have brought my cell phone with me. So this is Dusky Bridge. tall. What, 20 yards off the cliff over there? Can't see the inner temple from here. I don't know why is okay. Well, I guess there's a narrow path going off in a different direction on the main hall. It's like someone's taken the effort to write "to Heavenly Hall" on the signpost. Alright, so what do we got? We have the Magatama. Oh, Cult's newsletter! Oh my god! The Hazakura temple map. Yeah. The little blue orb is, I believe, where we found the gem from the staff. The hanging scroll, which shows Maya's mother. A photo of Elise taken by Boyo. But Iris Hood, which we got from Iris, obviously, checks against monsters or whatever. Weather data that said that it was thunderstorming at night and caused the bridge fire. Shishito, the victim's staff. Created by Elise Dunim when she was alive, has her fingerprints on it. The autopsy, she was stabbed in the back. Iris's testimony. Rang lights out bell at 10 p.m. and was then in her room until the murder was discovered. Photo of the snowmobile tracks. We discovered and figured out what happened with that. The crime photo of her being murdered. Larry's sketch, which showed that Iris was flying through the sky on fire, and then the crystal sphere. Spot on. Alright. Main gate, Heavenly Hall. Let's go to Heavenly Hall first. Suppose. Look, no one's here. Larry! Laurice! I shouldn't be hiding here. I'll try again later. Okay, since no one's here, let's go to the main gate. Oh, February 9th, Hazakura Temple, main gate. Come on, please. It's for art's sake, I swear. Only one guy I know who could be this persistent and high-strung. We're talking about the heroine here. The heroine in my book. Oh, it'll make you famous. Ah! Enough. A fool's fool fools fools. Foolishly accept the foolishness of a fool's fool. Wouldn't you agree, Phoenix Wright? Huh? Me? Wait a second. I know you. You're, Your reflexes and mind need to shape up. Brain's frying like a sunny side up and you want to grill me over a name? Francie, you can't do that. As we speak, Nick's on the brink of death. Or something. Whip a dead horse. Isn't that one of your American sayings? No, it's not. I'm not on the brink of anything. Come on, Nick. Tell her, would you? Tell her she needs a model from a new picture book. Francie's Whippity Whip Trip. Yeah. You've asked me to model, learn to give at least semi-coherent testimony. Before that, you'll have to learn how to live a semi-coherent life, Larry. I don't care what anyone says. I'm telling the truth. I saw what I saw. Chief Lou, I'm telling you. Woo! Just like that, dude. With the red underwear. Just like that dude with the red underwear. I think I'm gonna forgive you guys when you come crawling back to apologize. You guys. Huh. Amazing how little has changed with you in the past year, Phoenix Wright. Hi, Francisca. The best prosecutie? Been in Germany all this time? That's right. Sending my perfect win record, naturally. Oh, joy. It just changed a bit. It's only been a year since we first met. And Francisca von Karma, the prodigy. I see. I gave up a promising career in Germany and came to this country for one sole reason. Revenge. I'm choking. Francisco was born and raised in Germany and became a prosecutor at the age of 13. Father was legendary prosecutor Manfred von Karma. He had a perfect win record for 40 long years. But now, he is gone from this world. But he died? Don't tell me you still hold a grudge against me. Because of what happened to your father? Phoenix Wright, you will fall before me. This, I promise. But it will be for my sake, not my father's. Are we clear? Yes, Crystal. And in truth, I was shocked. Came back to America with the intention of defeating you. Instead, it was my little brother who was leading the defense. Oh, Edgeworth. Edgeworth. What did I think of it? Edgeworth was pulled into being a prosecutor by Manfred von Karma as well. As Edgeworth told me something very interesting now. He said this case has a special significance to you. Because it does. That's precisely why I am here. Your personal involvement will make crushing you into teensy-weeny pieces all the better. It's probably the fever, but you're so openly hostile that it's almost kind of cute. Well, it is cute. Franziska is the cutest. She's the best prosecutor. Just because of how cute she is. Ow! No smirking. No whipping the sick. That foolish fool, doing such a foolish favor for such a foolishly foolish fool. Edgeworth, make no mistake, Phoenix Wright. I came here for one thing, and only one thing. One thing only. Whatever. To pulverize you. Not like I thought you were here to bring me some cold killer axe, you know. Fall back. Whatever the whole case file on the flight over. You read the whole thing? Yes. For that's word of every last sentence on every last paragraph. All the ridiculous things you did made it a very interesting read, you know. Ready to cross a burning bridge? Should we consider the dangers? No. Only thought in my mind was, I have to get across. A fool who doesn't think is more foolish than a fool who foolishly thinks. She said he'd let me know once the bridge was repaired. Oh yeah, she's gotta be okay. I just know it. Plus, I need to ask her about what really happened at the Inner Temple that night. Oh, thank you, Francisco, for being as charming and as cute as ever. Is the donor thing here? Yeah, he's seems to know something. To the main hall. February 9th, House of Temple, main hall. Nah. That's one long sigh. Oh, it's you! Sister Bikini? My! I didn't know you were here! How you doing? Aww. You don't have to pretend to be in a good mood for my sake. I suppose I've made a terrible mess of things, haven't I? Let Mystic Elise die! And there's Iris as well. Mystic Elise? What do I think about it? It's an acolyte stuck at the Inner Temple. And the poor little girl has gone missing too. The little girl? You don't mean Pearls, do you? Yes, I'm afraid I do. She hasn't been seen since the morning after the incident. Pearls? She's missing? Why didn't anyone tell me about this? Iris. Iris! I must be getting old. I think I've seriously lost faith in myself. You're talking about your performance at the trial today? You believe me, don't you? I'm not a liar, I would never lie. I know what I saw. I saw Iris pull that sword from Mystic Elise's body that night. I'm certain of it. At least I wasn't until this morning. I don't see any Cyclops, so she must be telling the truth. So why are you so unsure of yourself all of a sudden? You know that artist who testified after me? I saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering. I feel like I might start flying myself. When I saw that man testify so fervently about something so impossible, it's hard to wonder if I had acted just like him when I was on the witness stand. I wouldn't take that guy too seriously. He's an artist, but all he draws is trouble, and nothing else. That's the way to talk to the friend. But also, completely accurate. Both Bikini and Larry are telling the truth. I only mean one thing. They both didn't see what they think they saw. The night of the incident, you met Iris at the Inner Temple, is that correct? Oh, that's right. I'm sure it was Iris. Iris claimed she was in her room and thought of her temple. I knew I shouldn't have come back here that night. Because you did. Maya is stuck all by herself at the Inner Temple. I'm so sorry. The drafts in that place are nothing to shake a stick at. Winter is especially bad. I'll bet. Oh, looks like it's about to fall down any sec. Eagle Mountain has always been prone to earthquakes, just so you know. Earthquakes? Guess I wouldn't be surprised if the next big one levels the training hall. Gotta get Maya out of there fast. But still, there's really no need to worry. That area on the other side of the Dusky Bridge is isolated like an island. It's like an island? How so? Well, the only thing on that side of the bridge is the inner temple. No one lives out there, and its surroundings on all sides. Surrounded on all sides by the river or the forest. I see. So a criminal would be trapped should they choose to flee in that direction. As long as the bridge is out of commission, Yoshi will have to stay there. That means mine could be stuck out there with a murderer, with no way of escape either. Oh dear. Yes, I suppose it does. Please, Gumshoe, get that bridge up faster. I'm curious about a few things, if you don't mind answering some questions. Oh, you need to know my measurements for your investigation or something? No. Man, she really likes to talk about her measurements, huh? I want to know a little bit more about the victim, at least in him. I'm afraid I don't know her waist size, or her bust size for that matter. No. I wonder why she came to stay in a place like this to begin with. I mean, she told us herself that she wasn't here for spiritual training. My! It makes it sound like this place is some sort of dump, Mr. Right. Biscuit was here to soak up the natural beauty of Eagle Mountain, if you must know. There. He did it again. Sister Bikini. Don't she always refer to Miss Tunima as Mystic Elise? Oh? Yes. Now why is that? After all, she's not here as an actor. Well, we address all our visitors as Mystic. It makes her experience feel authentic. And anyway, she's older than me. You must respect your elders, you know. How do you know that? How do you say for sure that she's older than you? I just want to double check. I don't know how old she is. He's not in here. God, look at the beauty. Oh. Miss Lisa Nim was no ordinary visitor after all. It's pearls. She was with Mr. Nim on the evening of the murder. She's vanished. They're gonna be connected somehow. Why did pearls have to get mixed up in this thing? Please, Mr. Wright, I know you're worried, but try to keep it together. Oh, man. I have something so bad it's killing me. Pearls, she was with Mr. Newman the night of the murder, remember? Yes, but I have a temple to run, you know. I was busy preparing for the training. I didn't see the little darling even once after we'd finished eating dinner. The murder? You picked this right in front of her and it's nice, did it? According to the detective, she hasn't turned up at her home either. Come on, be calm. There's one place I think Pearls could. This has to be there. I'm Gumshoe. You'll be done with the repairs soon. Yeah, there is one place. I was thinking that actually, that she might be over on the other side. I guess it's what you call it, the courtyard. February 9th, Oscar Temple Courtyard. Her sister Bikini witnessed the incident. I have to imagine she was lying on the stand, so there are some clues that have yet to be found. For one, let's put that. I guess that's nothing. Shishito. Mr. Kami's right hand. It was proven in court today that it wasn't the murder weapon. Even the design, it must have been used for some pretty gruesome things in the past. Mr. New's staff. I don't remember there being a crystal sphere attached to the staff. Larry eventually found the sphere near the foot of the Dusky Bridge, but what's it doing all the way out there? Just a lantern. I think everything's probably all we need to look at here. Hey! What was that jarring, inconsiderately loud yelling? So, this is where you've been? Keeping nice and warm, I see? Detective, the bridge? Yeah, I did. I told you I'd let you know. Well. I'll come along with you and... sorry, ma'am. No unauthorized entry. Access is restricted to people involved in the case. What was that? I'm involved, aren't I? You couldn't get much more involvement than me. Well, yeah. That's... It's been a while, Scruffy. It's karma. Sister, please leave the investigation to me. My. Well, you certainly seem to have everything under control. I am on your side. I'll do anything you don't want me to. As you work to pin the guilt on Iris. What are you daydreaming about, Phoenix, right? Ow, that hurts, you know. Silence! I, Francisca von Karma, will personally guide you through your investigation. So you will follow me. She's not seriously going to follow me around, is she? Oh, boy. Ah, boy. Main gate. Oh, man. Huh. Suspension. This is your solution, Gumshoe? A really long wooden beam. Alright. Well. Every night, there's a double gate. It's certainly become a lot more hectic than before. They must have commenced with the investigation. Oh, Mr. Nick? That voice! It is Pearl. Pearls! Mr. Nick! Mr. Nick! So you're here? Ever since that night? I'm so lonely. I thought I was going to die. I woke up in the morning and saw the dusty bridge was gone. I guess I was all alone. She was all alone? Must have been very trying for you, little girl. Ah, you're... I'm Francisca von Karma, prodigy. There's no need to worry now that I'm here. You're the prosecutor who was so mean to Mystic Maya last year. Well, I don't like you. You're the little girl without your whip. Mystic Maya didn't do anything wrong, but you were so mean. I'll never forgive you. It's like Pearl's worlds are getting under her skin. It's because she knows she can't whip a child. Yeah, why are you whipping me? I didn't even say anything. You didn't have to. The smell on your lips gave you away. Anyway, Pearls... Aren't you with Maya? Ah. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Huh? What are you talking about, Pearls? Mystic Maya! Hey, wait, Pearls! Just ran off. Ow! That was cruel, Phoenix, right? To make a little girl cry like that is inexcusable. What was that all about? Pearls acting like that? Giving me the creeps. Guess I better take another look around since I finally got a chance. There's something about this place seems different from 2 days ago. Yeah, definitely. There's a few things. Phoenix, right? What? Did you stop calling me by my full name like that? Was this once a prosperous port? A port? Yes, that Battle Hook is a mooring post for boats, you know. Oh, that? It's an anchor from one of the wires that is used to hold up the bridge. I think the wire that was tied to this one probably snapped as the bridge burned down. There's only there was ever a port all the way up here. You could start with me, Phoenix, right? But I didn't say anything. Oh, it's great to have Francisca back. I'm not gonna lie. Only because looking at her adorable face is... And also, Whitney, mommy, smile. Look at all the Buddha statues lined up along this path. Phoenix, right? This is how many siblings the head nun has. I should ask her the next time you see her. You know what? I think I will. I'll just slap you for prying into her private affairs. 6 of them there, though. The weird smell coming from that cinema. The door is also open. It looks like it's begging you to look inside. Well, let's see what stunning clues concealed in here, shall we? Huh? It's empty. How naive of you, Phoenix, right? It's a bit strange, don't you think? Francisca von Karma? I seem to remember. It was closed before. There was snow in this incinerator the first time I saw it. In other words, I've been using it to burn something recently. Listen, Phoenix, right? It's impertinent to call people by their full name. I was only copying you. Stop copying. Stop copying. So weird when this game doesn't have music. Just doesn't sound right. A little gate that leads into the garden. It says no entry on the sign, though. Come now, Phoenix, right? What are you doing? Let's go in. It's half open anyway. What harm could come of it? But it says no entry. You Americans enjoy doing whatever you like and then simply say, whatever? It's got nothing to do with anything. Who told you that? She did be kind of right, though. Most people see a no entry sign and go, cool, and then walk right through. Sign says Inner Temple. I know how you're reading it, but it's incomprehensible to me. Actually, I can't read it either. Feigning comprehension isn't a very good habit to have, Phoenix, right? I'm really happy to have finally caught me on something. Did he really just say, I can't read it either? I'm just assuming it says Inner. The door that leads to the Inner Temple. Maya Fey was training on the night of the murder. Yes, there's a solitary room there called the Training Hall. You do some training yourself, Phoenix, right? Ow! Completely out of shape. How much more of this woman I can take? All of it. I can take all of her. I want all of it. Can I have all of it? I'm sorry, does that door have a psych lock? Good for you, Inner Temple Training Hall. Oh, that doesn't look right either. What happened there? Somebody threw up. What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Maya, she was supposed to be in here training. Yet it appears she's nowhere to be seen. What's that? That's a strange lock. Well, there 2 days ago. This whole room's really giving off some strange vibes. Well, first things first. This yellowish poster is Phoenix, right? It's a scroll, not a poster. It's a picture of a woman who's actually... A woman? I don't see any woman here. Different atmosphere in this room since the last time I was here. No. It's not a different atmosphere, it's a different smell. It's gravy? What's the matter? This scroll, it's completely covered in gravy. Ah, yes, there's a very appetizing smell in the air. Gravy is a type of sauce. When you run out of paint, you Americans use gravy as a substitute, I see. No, no one does that. For starters, it stinks. It's the gravy that we have at the roast on the night of the incident. Why do I even do this? Why this scroll? Making scroll update. Let's just see before and after. View order the checks. Okay. An antique dresser. Don't you dare open it, Phoenix, right? I don't know how Maya feels when I try not to touch things. What a pity. It smells nothing but old clothes for acolytes. I thought we weren't opening it. I'm from the prosecutor's office. I can do anything. Can do anything. Stand up to a 9-year-old girl. I mean, let's be real. You don't want to stand up to a 9-year-old girl. That's kind of messed up. Look at those wafer-thin mattresses. I'm sorry, Phoenix, right? Wafer-thin? Yeah, you know, thin like a wafer? In other words, uncomfortable? That's how we describe things like these mattresses. Guess you must say wafer-thick or something back in Germany? What about these mattresses? Certainly not. Interesting. This door. See, 2 days ago, that weird lock wasn't on it. There's chains. As if they're guarding something inside that cabin. Never seen a lock quite like this before. I have. I've seen locks and chains just like this before. They look just like the ones that guard a person's secrets during a psych walk. I wonder if this lock is guarding something too. Guard secrets in the dark cabin? What took you so long? But even you'd manage to get here faster than this? Oh, hi, Godot. Mr. Trite. Prosecutor Godot! I didn't know you were here. Prosecutor? How come you didn't show up to the trial today? Huh. I could ask you the exact same question. But I had a cold, so... That's something slightly more important than a common cold to deal with. The importance of which is something you have no hope of ever understanding. Enough. I believe I have the measure of you. You're the very worst kind of prosecutor. What could be more important than a trial? It was the wild mare, Trite. This is Miss Von Karma. He was the acting prosecutor in your absence. Huh. Well, I guess I owe you one. You can go now, Princess. It's time for the big boys to take the reins. Who do you think you are? This case is mine. Hey, Billy. Now your role and shut your mouth. Can't stand women like you. I'm only going to say this once, Lady von Wittenberg. Go home. Phoenix, right? What do you think me for? You deserve more cracks of the whip than that, right? What? You still don't get it, do you? As that you've set something in motion that you'll never be able to undo. Something different about Godova. Maybe there's a strong sense of something from behind that mask of his. Is it anger? Or is it sorrow? It's an important business, and that's why you weren't in court today, huh? So what was it? I've told you once before, but perhaps you don't remember. I've returned from the depths of hell to battle with you. You see, Trite, experienced something most have not. Death. You died? Of course. Being extradited from hell is a tedious affair. Meticulous regeneration and adjustment of all your internal organs is... Let's just say modern medicine allows us all to live into a ripe old age. Even someone like me. So, I mean, that mask you wear is a ugly device? Promise that's not a fashion statement. My unenlightened friend. At this, I can't see your frequently dumbfounded face. I didn't know. My eyesight is pretty messed up. And with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Still, this worn-out piece of junk with a body going with regular servicing. I'm sorry, but when you say you experienced death, how is that possible? What happened? Why don't you ask him? Huh? Me? Yeah, that's right. You. You should know all about it. And when my life ended, you ended it for me. Well, Phoenix, right? Do you? I don't know what he's talking about. Though, to be honest, a little tug at the corner of my memory. I think I do know about how good Joe was killed. It will all become clear in due time. Isn't that right, Trite? Earlier you said I've done something I can never undo. What did you mean by that exactly? My temple here on the side of Dusky Bridge is an isolated island. Such a good things too. And I wonder, Trite, you know what the police are doing here today? What do you mean? They're searching. Searching for any trace of an acolyte who went missing. Missing? Was leader of the search party. I can tell you this with absolute certainty. Maya Fey is not on this side of Dusky Bridge. Huh? That's impossible. She came here that night and... won't say it again. The chances of her being here are nil. Excluding, of course, one very unique place. One? Where's that? The Sacred Cavern, of which we are standing at right now. This is the only place that the search party has yet to explore. So they haven't searched that cavern yet. Beware, though. Temperature inside frequently falls below freezing. Even if she were in there, the chances of her being found alive are slim at best. No! Which means, Trite, you sent my Fey to her death. You fool. That's the situation. Why aren't you in there with your search party right now? You must have blinders on, my equestrian angel. You just see the big lock and chains. trick lock. Making preparations to open it as we speak. That's right. Once again, he dies because of you. Once again? What are you talking about? Tell me you've forgotten. Only 2 years ago, after all. The last unfortunate woman died because of you. Me? You know who that was? It was Mia Fey's sister. That's right, Mia Fey. Mia? You killed her. No, that's not how it was. Hold on. It's 2 years ago. Fey was pursuing someone. A man. She bit off more than she could chew. A very dangerous enemy. In some case I'll never forget. It's against Mr. Red, White, of Blue Court. But I got that guy, personally. Sure. This Fey's murderer was caught. I'll bring her back. Well, no, but with her at the time. No one else. It's your responsibility. You should have protected her. You say Mia Fey was your teacher. Well then, let's say you learned nothing, trite. You robbed her of her life, and now you let her sister suffer the same fate. I didn't sentence Maya to death. No. What is this peculiar-looking lock? Why don't we just break it open? It would be a simple matter of... I'm afraid we can't do that. This area's always been prone to earthquakes. Repeated tremors have weakened the foundation of the training hall. The excessive force used to break that lock open. Well, let's just say the inner temple and sacred cavern would be a thing of the past. Very well, then dare I suggest the obvious solution of opening it with the key? Huh. Sure. Just show me where the keyhole is on this trick lock. There's no keyhole. That's right. Interesting puzzle, huh? The person who set this lock is the only one who can open it. Then, who was it? Simple. The accused. What? Iris? When an acolyte undergoes training inside the sacred cavern, the founding sister is responsible for locking the entrance. Obviously, the night of the murder was no exception. The Fae was trained in there. Mr. King did mention it a number of times. But that Iris was left in charge of supervising the early stages of the training. So Iris, the accused, is the only one who can open this lock. Waiting for it to be brought here now. He gets here soon. Not in there, Maya. We'll get you out. So, we should be getting back to work. Wait, Godot? Not sure about Maya, are you? There's no doubt in my mind. She's in the sacred cavern somewhere. The only place she could be. You better start praying. Pray that friend of yours brings the accused back here soon. Right? Listen up, Trite. One thing I want to say to you before I go. I'll never accept you. Never. Get back it down. Hey, cutie. You should choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix, right? That's what everyone says. I don't have much of a choice. Just to do what I can for now. Alright. Well, I can't exactly do anything. I'm gonna check out... I should check out the... I don't know, should I or shouldn't I? Sounds like someone's talking to himself, but where's that coming from? Ah, don't you? Yeah, I guess I better wash that off. That's what I'll do. No, but I can't do that. I'm a detective. Ah, brain. This is driving me nuts. Ah! Is something troubling you, Scruffy? But please don't whip me like that all of a sudden, sir. It was merely a simple greeting. Friendly tap on the shoulder. With my whip. So what's up, Gumshoe? Something on your mind? How did you know, pal? Perhaps you were trying to decide if you wanted to wash that off of me. How did you know, sir? Oh, yeah. I forgot. You can't go through that little gate there, can you? Okay? Well, it says no entry on it? Yeah. I'd already snuck in there. You trying to be clever or something? So it's behind there, Scruffy. Eh, kind of got him like garden. A garden? Hey, anyway, it's under investigation right now, so keep out. I'm not telling you. I'm asking you, pal. You got it? I'm going around. Well, see you later. So, shall we adjourn to this guarded Phoenix, right? Of course, what else would we do? I don't know what that gumshoe was thinking of washing on. And I can't believe we're on a date with Von Karma right now. It's great. Ah, Maya written in blood upside down. I see. Or it says, aha! Or, oh ho! Or, oh how! Oh how! I guess that's a BHBW. Bring your big watermelon. Yeah, that's what it says. February 9th, Inner Temple, guarded. Just think I never said anything. A strange feeling in the air. Wonder what it is. Strange feeling. Get up with that. What's that strange writing on the stone lantern? Ah! What are you doing here? What are you doing here, sir? I thought I said you can't come in here. Don't you know, Scruffy? Von Karma always show up wherever there's a clue. There are plenty of clues to be found here. But... I know. So how's the Inner Temple investigation going? We have the best forensic team in the world working on the place. Forensic team? What was the outcome of this scientific study? Nothing! Scientifically speaking, the place is as clean as a whistle. That's simply not good enough, Scruffy. You think I'll let you get away with that? Oh. Oh, there were a couple of things that bothered me when I first got here, sir. That stone lantern in the surrounding area that's not covered in snow, correct? It looks kind of fishy to me, scientifically speaking. I got the lab boys to look them over. Results were... I don't know how to say, actually. It's better looking at them myself. Oh, not night. Oh, is it gonna tell you yet? Yeah, we heard. Got a search party I'm looking for. But there's nowhere else she could have disappeared to on the side of Dusky Bridge. All you can do is wait for Mr. Edgeworth to get here, pal. Edgeworth? He's escorting Iris, the defendant over here. We'll have to wait, since she's the only one who can open the door for the sake of cabin. Oh, I think Mr. Edgeworth wants to talk to you about something too, pal. Huh? What it is. Yeah, don't be expecting any good news when you talk to him. I spoke to him. Looks like it sounded so down. I felt like I was drowning. Sounds pleasant. Alright. Well. What do we got here? A little lantern. A little lantern, a little statue. It is certainly a quaint little garden. Oh. What is this huge bowl here for? Oh, I know this one. It's a water bowl, isn't it? Everything else is completely frozen over. But the ice in this bowl has been broken. That's true. Maybe that is the impact on the case. Well, I doused my face out with the water in this. I was getting kind of sleepy. Yeah. Next time you're sleepy, you need only. What? Next time you're sleepy, you need only come to me. Got it? With pleasure. Oh, a little bit of a hard time. There's a charm or something poking out from the snow. Looks pretty old. There's another cord tied to it, too. Apparently it belonged to the victim. The Miss Elise Dunim. Yeah, there's a broken leather cord around the lady's neck. The ends of the cords found on both the victim and on the charm match exactly. Anyway, this little trinket is going to be my ticket to getting some very big answers. Grandmaster's Talisman. Added to the quote wreck. One by Elise Dunim. In the Garden of the Inner Temple. That right there is giving me some idea. A couple of torches here. Guess you know the light you can get up here in the mountains. Yeah, I was looking at those things, pal. Well, they've been lit pretty recently. Recently? How recent are we talking about? Recent as the night of the murder. I was training here on the night of the murder. It's unreasonable to think that these things were lit up at the time, I guess. Yeah, I suppose, right? I mean, if they come to the garden for that. Why is there a broom here? Well, this is odd. There's no stone on the ground here. It's almost a perfect rectangle. It would happen naturally. Yes, it appears as though someone has carefully cleared away the snow. But it was you, wasn't it, Scruffy? Yeah? No, it wasn't me, sir. It was already like that when my men and I got here to start the investigation. It wasn't the police that... Who did it? Oh, yeah. Somebody to tell you. Between the three of us, okay? What is it? It's top secret. You can't tell anyone, got it? Understood. Well, when I was a kid, I got locked out of the local wrestling contest, you see? I was so disappointed, I just picked up my mouth guard and ran all the way home. Man, I got in so much trouble when I left it on the couch. Is that it? That's it. Ah! Yeah, the stowaway must have had a reason. I can't even begin to imagine what that reason could be. The heck is that? Uh-oh. You spotted it, huh, pal? Are you kidding me? It'd be more obvious. It says... Maya. Yeah. Well, you ask, it's written in blood. You can answer all our questions now, Scruffy. Without exception. Yes, sir. Alright, I gotta know. Maya? Is that also written in blood? Yeah. It's the victim's blood. Ugh. Huh? This is Mr. Nim's blood. Got a detailed analysis yet, but it's looking that way, pal. That's interesting. Phoenix Wright, I presume you know, don't you? Like Maya's name is written upside down. You know what? That was really bothering me too. I just came up with the answer. I rolled my own special gumshoe investigation. Really? Do tell. Well, on the night of the murder, the stone lantern was upside down. Anyway, there's really only one logical explanation to this mystery. Miss Lee wrote these letters herself, in her own blood. You must be joking. That's impossible. The writing on the victim's from the writing in the victim's blood and the other clues left behind. This garden was the scene of the Mr. Nim's murder. At least, that's our current theory on how the event took place, pal. What? So, Mr. Nim was killed here? However you want to look at it, that's what people are saying now. Then, Mr. Bikini saw in the courtyard what the main temple was. What was it? If it wasn't the scene of the crime, what did she see? What do you think? This one gum? Surely a special gumshoe investigation will be the answer. No? But wait a sec. The bloody writing and all the other clues here? Someone could have easily set all that up after the murders, right? Sorry, but that's not an option, pal. Why not? How quickly you forget, Phoenix Wright. As the incident occurred, this place has been completely inaccessible. Because Dusky Bridge was completely burned out. I was overseeing repairs to the bridge the whole time. They came over here before me and my men. Which means no one could have planted all this stuff here, pal. Ugh. If I counter-argument to that. I knew it. Should have washed the blood off the lantern as soon as I got here. What was the scene of the crime? I figure out exactly what it was that Bikini actually saw. Alright. Well, let's go talk to her. Let's go straight into the training hall. How many requests do you log? It's really nice. Suspension bridge. Main gate. Oh, we're not. That was a great temple. Seems you have a visitor. Mr. Wright? Iris! I'm glad to see you. Ito managed to mobilize the police by claiming a state of emergency. That's him again. Never mind him. Gotta hurry and unlock the sacred cavern. Okay, sorry, Mr. Wright. My fault someone's so important to you that's locked in there. Graduate, finish our conversation later. Sorry to be at a temple, then. See you later, Wright. Wait, Edgeworth, I'm coming with you guys. sorry, right? Can't allow you to come with us. What? I hate to be the one to break it to you, but my fate is in a rather delicate position. What do you mean by a delicate position? This isn't simply a rescue operation, right? Also an investigation. That being the case, we can't allow members of the public to interfere. Come on, Edgeworth. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Please understand, right? That's Maya! Mr. Wright? Well, then there's Mr. Maya is rescued, correct? I... Listen to the voice of reason for a change, Phoenix Wright. I won't consider anything beyond Dusky Bridge to be off limits. We'll be going now. Excuse us. Bang. Ah! This is no time to be standing around, Phoenix Wright. Are there other things that demand your attention? Thanks for reminding me. Let's go talk to wonderful Bikini here. Oh, hi. It's Sister Bikini. Looks like she's shrunk some since I last saw her. Don't be so rude, Phoenix Wright. What's wrong, Sister Bikini? My. How are you two? How you doing? There's something outside. I guess she's slipping down. Iris was just here, you know. He was accompanied by that handsome prince and clad prince. You talking about Edgeworth? Oh, you know it. It was just a courtesy call. I wasn't allowed to talk with her at all. Oh dear. It's my fault that this has happened. Poor Iris. She was worried about my back, would you believe? What have I done to her? Only what you had to do, sister. You bravely and truthfully testified about what you saw. There's no shame in that. We'll see to it that your testimony wasn't made in vain. Well, I don't hear anyone else saying that. Mr. Blue Suits doesn't seem to share your opinion, I see. Uh-huh, me? Ah. Oh, yes. You did great, Sister Bikini. Absolutely spectacular. You're the only ones who've said that to me. Can't shake the feeling that I just became a shield to a shrew. You have a problem, Phoenix Wright. Sure, she's afraid to testify so tricky like that. Oh, she's still hiding something. Since time to break this Cyclops of hers. Oh boy, okay. Do I actually have the ability to? I guess I do. Alright. At least do him. Sister Bikini, the truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. I'm convinced that Miss Elise Dunim had a special significance in this temple. As to why she had a special significance, I believe it has to do with her true identity. What on earth are you talking about? She was... Mystic Elise was an author, just an author of picture books. To be honest, I had my suspicions almost immediately after I met her. Suspicions? Yes. I didn't have any evidence to support my theory. No. But now I do. This piece of evidence proves Miss Junim's true identity. Yeah, definitely. Definitely the talisman. Miss Junim had this charm with her at all times. Ah, where did you find that? Or where did you... That's some cheap good luck charm, either. Then... What do you think it is, Mr. Wright? What could this talisman like... What could a talisman like that possibly mean? It's a talisman, is it? Interesting. Oops. This thing speaks volumes about who Mr. Nim really was. This talisman, on one other item, unequivocally proved Mr. Nim's true identity. Probably the scroll. The painting is obscured by this gravy stain. But this scroll shows the master of the Karain channeling technique. The crest at the top is a sign of that honorable title. The very same crest that adorns the talisman the victim carried with him. Ah! This crest is reserved for the master of Karain. What? I've told you that nonsense. I've got no idea what you're talking about. The new master, my Faye, told me. What? You mean that acolyte? His misty face? daughter? Yes. Are you sure? Yes. In fact, since her eldest daughter passed away, he is Misty Faye's sole successor. Mystic Misty! Oh. Okay. Cool. Mystic Elise graced us with her presence about a week ago. She showed me the talisman with that mark on it. Well, I nearly fainted. No one had seen her since she disappeared 17 years ago, after all. What is the significance of this talisman, sister? The Karain talisman? It's the symbol of the Master of Karain. The bearer must carry it with them always until their death. Until their death? So at least her name was really Maya's mother, huh? She was Misty Faye, the master of the Karain channeling technique. It comes out at last. Making some headway. I thought so. Once you picked up that talisman, I was like, oh, that sucks. Maya's mom's dead now. That's below we met her. Tell me, sister. After 17 years, why did she choose to show herself now? Because something happened that called her out of hiding. What happened? Well? What's happened? It can't be. An earthquake! Ah! Oh my goodness, the inner temple! This kind of tremor might... The inner temple? The second cavern in the training hall, it might very well cave in! What? Maya? It seems to have passed. Well, we can't just stand here and do nothing. Let's go. What? Where? The inner temple, of course. Where else? Sister Bikini, we'll finish this later, alright? Of course. You're not along now. People may have been hurt. I must get some first aid kits ready. Come on then, Phoenix Wright. I must bar you from entering as long as I'm with you. Thank you? Right at that moment? I had the worst feeling of my gut. We just had an earthquake. And do you know what that means? Edgeworth is cowering in fear. Yep. I wonder if he's alright. Dang. I didn't actually expect that. That's great. You look worried. You're thinking about Miles Edgeworth. Come on, let's go. It's okay, Phoenix. You can say your true feelings. No one will be offended. You're the inner temple and... Right. Ah! What are you doing here? Gah. Good eye. You expect us to understand if you don't speak up. Ah! Hey, why am I the one getting whipped? He's gone. No! The defendant, Iris. She's gone. Gone where? She fled. She escaped. What? So, it was just now, during the... This is the Edgeworth's one and only weakness. It's fear of earthquake. I should have known better than to escort the defendant alone. It was the road started shaking, everything went dark before my eyes, and stupidly passed out. An incident. Haunts you to this day, doesn't it? That's no excuse for letting the suspect get away. I can't believe I let it happen. Right, the inner temple area is a dead end, so she could have only escaped to this side. We haven't seen her. We need to get a manhunt underway now and search Eagle Mountain from top to bottom. Wait, Edgeworth? Have you thoroughly checked the inner temple yet? Don't be ridiculous, why would I? The temple is like an island. There's no way to escape it to cross. No, that's not it. Iris isn't the type of person to run away, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? Mr. Bikini mentioned something when we were with her. So the sacred cavern might have caved in because of the quake. I think Iris might have gone to the inner temple to check on the situation. Listen, Edgeworth. I'm sure she's at the inner temple. Manhunt is not necessary. Right. Let's not waste any more time. We need to get to the training hall's sacred cavern now. Alright, let's go. January 9th, in the Temple Training Hall. Fortunately, the Sacred Cavern hadn't caved in. But we found something none of us could have ever expected. Even more? How could there be even more locks? What is the meaning of this? Iris? Iris? Please tell me. What the hell is going on? Ooh! Oh, there we go. No, we're gonna be... Yes, we'll say that about this. And that was... Oh, we're in, huh? Alright. We're on investigation part 2. Will probably be the end of the investigation when we can get into the book. Very nice, Under Temple Training Hall. I'll probably need to go grab my water bottle between this and Purple Face. Right, it's what Godot was talking about. Yeah, the trick locks? Now then, Iris, please remove these at once. Strategic? I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me. What? An earthquake, and the cavern was in danger of caving in. Iris escaped. I know that there was only one lock when I last came here. So you're saying that you can't undo the new lock? Yes. If only I was stronger. Ezra, how are you feeling? A little pale in the face. I think I want to talk with your face all green. Miles, Edge, go and get some air. Watch over the suspect. You go get a grip on yourself. Don't be ridiculous. I'm perfectly fine. There's no telling what sort of mistakes you could make in your current state. Go and get some rest. That's your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth. Understood. I'll handle the investigation of the guard and you take care of things here. Bye, Edgeworth. I'll miss you. He has so much pride that he's probably off crying in a corner of the garden. Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. That said, one must have pride to be effective on the job. At any rate, it seems that this is where we part ways, Phoenix, right? I'm going to stay here and see if I can't help solve these bothersome puzzles. I see. Thanks for your help. Now then, mind if I ask you a few things, Iris? No, not at all. Good. Let's talk. Why did she make a run for it, Iris? Sorry. I heard the inner temple had been severely shaken. Strong earthquake we had. I was so worried I just had to come and see. In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law, at least we're clear on that. I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the sacred cavern was alright, but what? I saw these chains here. I saw those extra locks that someone had put on the sacred cavern's door, and... The world would do something like this. These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the Korean tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who set the lock can open it. And you aren't the one who set these locks. I don't think it's that simple, Francisco Bonfano. You were here the first time, there was only one lock. But now, somehow, there's 5 of them. What does that mean? It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more. They wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris. Presumably because they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. It means that Iris can only open one of these locks. First one. Yes, that's correct. What? Iris, try to think, please. Is there any way around this? Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. I suppose if I went through every combination with each one, I could remove them. But it would take time, won't it? Yes, about a day if I had to guess. A whole day? I think it's better than leaving the locks in place. Can you do this for us? Sure, I'll do whatever I can. Gotta wait another day? In there, Maya. Gonna have to call on your inner strength now. You know what, Iris? The one thing I don't quite get. Look like that be Phoenix, right? And I think it's obvious. Iris, when I did the murder, where were you? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in your room at Hazakura Temple at the time of the incident. But you were seen the same evening within your temple. And then, you were spotted at the scene of the crime in Hazakura Temple, too. Being spotted at both Hazakura Temple and the inner temple. That's as if you were... Well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth. Yep, I expect that one to come in. I knew it. There's something going on here that we don't know about. Well, that, I think that's all we're gonna get here. Well, I don't know. Come on to... This door. Window should be here, right? Guys are still combing this, or combing the place. I'm pretty nervous. Nervous too. It's gonna be a tough job. Interesting. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. I've done that. Wow, I can't believe it's still bothering me. Edgeworth? Ah! Hey! Don't you dare run away. What do you want, right? What do I want? You better laugh at me, then go on with it. Go on, laugh away! I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same prideful Edgeworth. You went back to Criminal Affairs Department, right? Did you want to look into something concerning Iris? Yes. And thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. Huh? You guys are putting a lot of effort in the investigation of the garden here, huh? There's a huge chance this is at the actual scene of the crime, that's why. You mean because of the writing in blood and the talisman in the snow? Oh god, hiccups. Exactly. As you know, those things shouldn't have been planted here for the murder. But surely, don't suspect. Maya, do you? We have to treat everyone as a suspect, Maya as well as Iris. It's our job, right? So, I guess you still haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes. But thankfully, my nightmares have stopped. But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. 19 years ago, when we were little school kids, the same elementary school. Yeah. He found himself in the middle of a murder. What's that with that big quake that hit the courthouse? A recap of the case. Yes, I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. We were deprived of oxygen and we passed out. That's when it happened. That single gunshot shattered my whole life. It's a very traumatic experience to go through. I lost everything that day because of that earthquake. My dreams, my family, and myself. It's been more than 17 years now. I guess I was finding the result 2 years ago, right? I think I don't know that I was there. But it's such a shock. I never imagined I could be so wrong about myself and my life. Sorry, right? There's nothing else I can say. But after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake, after you saved me, Edgeworth, you're stronger than you think. So no more of the self-pity, okay? I agree. There was something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. I felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. Wait. Not somewhere. Like I'd seen her in court before. I went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look for her file. Yes, checked over every case file I've ever worked on. And I was right. I had seen her face before 6 years ago. 6 years ago? My first appearance in court. As cases go, it was my worst nightmare. So, who is she? I'm sorry, right? I can't give that information away to a member of the general public. What? Why not? Maybe the crucial piece of the puzzle that solves this case. It might be the crucial piece of the puzzle. The one I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. It had nothing to do with Iris and Hazakura Temple. And neither did the case. No, that woman is completely unrelated to this murder. Related? Yes. I can say that with complete confidence. You're wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related to this case. You need to fill Edgeworth in. You need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman Edgeworth knew. Do I have? Yeah, no, I don't. Okay. Well... Well, I guess that's probably good. Oh, and there's something. I'm getting to the bottom of this case. I don't know Iris to break those locks, so I should try to gather more clues. Was this sort of Bikini, Edgeworth, Gumshoe, and Pearls? Okay. Let's head over here. It's weird if there's no one around all of a sudden. It's quiet up here in the mountains when you're all on your own. Speaking of alone, I guess I should go check out the shack just down the path. In fact, they're sulking again. Let's go there. Overnight, Heavenly Hall. Oh, Mr. Nick? Pearls! What are you doing here? Nothing? What about Miss Maya? Is she alright? Well, we don't know yet. Well, let's see. Hey! What are you doing down here, Nick? Larry? This is the loser shack. The losers get together to lose themselves. This is the what now? Hey! They cover each other's failures, okay? Got a problem with that? Why am I suddenly British? Or not British, Brooklyn. I don't know. Look, Mr. Nick. Mr. Larry did a picture of me. That's, great, Pearls. We gotta gather firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire. Stay out of our way. I don't believe this. Why can't you try getting fired up over becoming a better man? No one believes a word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearl. Don't want to trust this kind of a guy, okay? I'm gonna let you down. Oh, please take Maya. Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture? I've got nothing to say to you, Nick. Life's here now, with Pearl. Two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore. What am I gonna do with her? Alright then, what do you think about this picture, Pearls? I think it's really well drawn. I can't draw it at all, so I think it's pretty amazing. See? Someone appreciates it! Stop getting the flames that look like that, you know. You're supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it! It's like a dream. Wonderful fantasy. No. It wasn't a dream. You really flew, I'm telling you. Iris really flew that night. But, Mr. Louise... Oh, you too. Please don't look at me like that, Pearl. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase, I beg of you. This picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw. Okay, so I was half asleep when I was here that night. But I was wide awake after the lightning struck, and I saw what I saw. It was exactly like I drew in this picture. It looks like I don't have any choice but to take the sketch at face value. Hey, what's with the look of doubt in your face? Pearls? Yeah, Mr. Yak? I'm meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Where were you, and what exactly were you doing when it all happened? I was just, well, I'm just a kid, you know? I'm sure it doesn't really matter what I was doing, does it, Mr. Yak? Sorry, Pearls, but yes, it does. The night of the murder, we were supposed to be in Mr. Nim's room, reading a book together, but Mr. Nim was murdered and you, Pearls, were at the temple. What exactly happened then? Pearls? What are you saying, Mr. Nick? No. Again? Oh, wow, 5. It's a different arrangement, though. Okay, being a bad girl. By being punished. What are you talking about, Pearls? Spiritual power. It has disappeared. What? The powers have disappeared. What do you mean your powers disappeared, Pearls? It's all over for me. Great medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint. Hey, what are you looking at me for? Pearls, Try to channel someone's spirit right here at Hasakura Temple. Tried but failed, perhaps? Eh. Way to go, Nick! You made her cry! That's real cruel of you! Yes, as I thought. We'll have to break her Cyclops to get the truth out of her. Woo, boy! Everyone's keeping secrets. Alright. This might take longer than I thought. Well, we have to go finish talking to, Bikini. Can I? That's a good temple. I wonder if Bikini's back at the main hall yet. I've seen Gumshoe around for a while either. We're having a cup of tea together somewhere. Gumshoe's Bikini's type. Honestly? Probably. I don't know if she's his type, though. Overnight, that's Square Temple, main hall. Well, what's the damage? How's the Sacred Cavern? It looks like it's survived, but we have a bigger problem now. What's Bikini all about? About the 5 locks that were stopping us from getting inside the Sacred Cavern. But who? Who? Who could have done that? The only people who know how to set those trick locks are those in the Korean tradition. The buyers of the Sacred Cavern trying her best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk with you about, Mr. Bikini. Oh, yes. You were in the middle of a chat, weren't we? Yes, you were telling me how the Master of Korean disappeared 17 years ago. I want to know why Misty basically disappeared at this temple. Or reappeared. It was about a week ago when Mystic Elise... Mystic Misty arrived. After she showed me the talisman that proved she was the Master, she said, I'm the Master. Someone is trying to destroy the Korean tradition's main family line. I'm here to put a stop to it. Someone is trying to destroy the main family line? There's only one heir to the title of Master at any time. It's usually the eldest. The child becomes the new Master of Korean, and her daughters the main family. Other mediums become branch family members with no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed about the history of the clan. Branch families always have, always will, ought to erase those in the main family line. Is the power of the Master worth this much bloodshed? Probably. You believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Aiken? How its power is real. But yes, I do. Seen it firsthand. It's the first met Maya. At that time, I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times. Mostly Mia. In the Master case. And during Maggie Bird's trial, too. Thanks to Maya, she's always on hand to help me out when I need her the most. The Korean technique has made a huge difference in the world, you know. I mean, ability to communicate with the dead, that's true psychic power, you know. Those of the tradition have always been there behind very important leaders. Very important leaders. Who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill? I suppose so, but all that power and influence, I kind of expected you'd be really rich by now. You're saying we're poor, Mr. Ray? You're very direct, aren't you? I don't believe in it anymore, you see. Because of one little mistake. Mistake? What mistake? It was 17 years ago, and everything came crashing down. Because of that incident. That incident? Is she talking about what I think she is? The Dl6. I'm sure the record still exists if you're interested. Knocked up, of course. It was called the Dl6 Incident. The name of the file. Dl6 Incident. I knew it. Yep, we know what Dl6 is. Dl6 Incident. I know it well. I handled a related case just 2 years ago. Ah! That's right. It was you who was the defense attorney on that case. That was also the case that Edgeworth was a part of. The murder that took place 17 years ago. It's the first time in the country's history the police ever used a spirit medium. It was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murderer. The medium performed the channeling with Misty Faye, Maya's mother. For Mystic Misty's channeling the name of a certain man-surface. Found with that as evidence, the investigators were spurred into action. But that man, he was found not guilty, wasn't he? He was found not guilty, wasn't he? And that's right, he was. And the case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed. It was the first case the world had ever seen the Korean tradition openly involved. All over the media, the public, the judiciary, the people of Korean village, everyone judged her. Everyone said Mystic Missy's powers were a sham. Then she just disappeared, vanished, and everyone still thought of her as a fraud. But I know the truth. The Misty Face Returning wasn't a sham at all. Of course it wasn't. And since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. Wow, my vote is already shot. The Korean tradition is starting to recover at last. But with a new master wielding the power of the clan... Does she mean lion? Probably. The special power of the Korean channeling technique is in the blood. There's so many sexy things before. We, the women of the fake clan, have always been spirit mediums. Because the power to communicate with spirits flows strongly through us. The Maya, only the women in the family can inherit that power. The main family's bloodline stems directly from Mystic Ami, but in each generation, only one daughter becomes the new master. Ones who don't become branch families, right? That's right. It's always the cause of tragedy. You know, I had a sister too. A sister named Mia. Oh yes, I've heard of her. What? You know about Mia? Of course! I became a lawyer in the hopes of discovering what happened to her mother. Lost her life. As a result. You know, Mystic Mia is rumored to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition. Really? Well, so what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, as she grew up. I guess Mystic Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mom and her aunt. That's right. Misty Faye had an eldest sister, too. Misty, having superior power, managed to usurp the Master Seat from her. Mystic Misty's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know. I've met her. Morgan. There's a name I know well. Came too. It was a year ago now. Maya's home, Crane Village. She was terrible. Also, she could make her own daughter the next master. I suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, I've already realized that Iris... Huh? Iris? What's that gonna do with any of this? That Iris is... Mystic Morgan's daughter. What? Iris is what? Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter. Hold up. Oh! Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Oops! I thought you already knew. It sounded like you'd met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already. I have. I know her very well. Oh? Yes, Pearls. Pearl Faye? I just thought she was an only child. You jest! That child? She's Mystic Morgan's? I had no idea. Mystic Morgan? She's in prison now, isn't she? Yes. Ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year. Which is true, she was. Kinda messed up, honestly. Well done to set Pearls up as the next master. I see! I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters, not 2. Wait, what? 3? Yes, Iris, a twin sister, and Mystic Pearl. What? Twin sister? Oh, didn't you know? What happened 20 years ago? After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. It wasn't many years later. It wasn't many years later that Corain's reputation hit an all-time low. Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife would never become the master. He left her and the village, taking their twin daughters with him. How awful. He was a jeweler, you know. In the end, he remarried, and that's what had happened. He decided to give one of the girls up. He looked after her by us here at the temple. That was Iris, you see. It's unbelievable. Iris' twin sister. Could it be? Show me one more thing, Bikini. What was the name of Iris' sister? I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweler. Well, that's a clue, I guess. Jeweler. Thank you very much. You've helped clear up a lot of details. Those are two older sisters, huh? Yes, that's right. No doubt it was all because of Mystic Morgan's anger towards the main family. Anger? What do you mean? Her twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband. Even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of hers would one day lead the clan. That's why she had pearls? It seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. They able to break free of the bars that confined her. This is twin sister. The plot thickens. But this information will be useless unless I can flesh it out a bit. You can ask more questions. Some more info. Alright. Perhaps it's not the same person. Maybe it is. Who knows? I'm gonna go grab my water now, actually, instead of at, oops, instead of at like the break point here, because I'm out of things to drink. So I will be back momentarily once I grab my water bottle. We'll keep going. Boy, it's raining right now. It's raining kind of hard, too. Thunders, lightning. Lightning. I actually didn't hear any thunder. Huh. Interesting. Got a new ball. I don't have any animations of one on my alert thing. Let me take a look at computer dashboard. Because it should have played a notification. Yeah, I did. 2 hours ago. Huh. Oh, that might be why then if it was 2 hours ago. It would have been before the stream started. Okay. Well. Thank you for that follow, though, stranger. Also, something like that? I don't know. I do appreciate it. Anyways, I have water now. It is raining and lightning and stuff, so hopefully that doesn't cause the stream to die. Apparently I've dropped 14,000 frames at some point. I don't know when that happened. Whoops. Look at me hitting all the right buttons. Man, I'm so good at computers. So, I mean, I think we know who that sister is. But we need confirmation. It's almost guaranteed to be Dolly. Let's get rolling. Do we have a new? I guess we have a profile. Morgan-Faye's daughter and Iris' twin sister. Her father deals in jewelry, apparently. What's Morgan-Faye? Her sister to Misty Faye. Mother is Pearl and Iris. Solitary confinement. Being a garbage. Alright, is Gumshoe here? Sounds like someone's happy. What tunes that they're humming? No motive, no crime. No motive, no crime. Say it with me. No motive, no crime. I remember when we used to search. Channeling room and terrain. Whoop. I love my job. Guys are the clues. I find that no good. That's not what investigating's all about. Investigators investigates! Well, the investigator investigates for the love of investigating. A passion. Good cases we have, good cases we've lost along the way. Yeah, I guess the gumshoe was in the reggae. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Hey, pal! Huh? Who, me? How long have you been there? I just got here. Oh, okay. So what are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, pal. I've been promised to Mr. Edgeworth. Promised I would find the real murder weapon. Real murder weapon? That Bob Sword thing turned out to be a false lead, huh? Giving it my best shot here, but still haven't turned up any clues. I just found these weird scraps of paper. It's like a letter or something? Doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. Letter? I'm sorry. So, how's the investigation going, Frankie Gumshoe? I don't know if I should be telling you, pal. Guess it can't hurt. Looks like the murder took place in the inner temple garden. But taking that bloody writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ. What? You mean... I don't know the details, pal. One knows. When lying down in that sacred cavern, you're faced with one ugly situation. What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here? You got me, I don't know. Not my words, pal. But who said it? I guess I could know. Godot? What do you mean by that? About that letter you found. Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here trying to find the murder weapon. Find us some burnt up old letters? Burnt up old letter? Yeah! Isn't that incinerator right outside the inner temple? The incinerator? I knew it. I knew it wasn't imagining it. It was used. There was snow on the incinerator when I first saw it. But after the incident, the snow had melted away. I mean, someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder. What's up with you, pal? I've got it right here if you want to take a look. Can I? Do you mind? Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. A lot of spirit mediums and masters and stuff. Well, spirit mediums and masters and stuff. I bet it's got no relation to the case. Spirit mediums? Alright, over the court, right? Oh my gumshoe. Be careful. The once night walled could be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Gotta be important if it mentions spirit mediums and masters. I'm gonna looking over and some serious thought. Make sure you chuck it into the trash when you're done. It's a crime, pal. It is. I got like a better look at it. Ah. Be careful of the once night falls. Could be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Her name is... she is our all... the whole shebang. There's a picture of her. Use it. When you channel her, you know you can do it. Once this is... burn the... also make... tell anyone about this letter. Also make sure that you always tell anyone about this letter. There's like some text above about it. I can't read those stuff. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. Gravely? Gravelly? Deeply? Gravy? Gravy roast? So, what do you know about the real murder weapon so far? Well, it wasn't the Chichita that was found in the bell in the victim's body. Judge will prove that in court today. Indeed he did. Like a good boy. Yes, that's true. In which case, it must have been another blade. Good thinking. And that's what you're running around like I had this chicken looking for now, huh? Yeah, man, it's a tiring work. Let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. We got the feather of a forensic in our cap these days. I'm using the department's secret weapon on this. Secret weapon? Is it the dog? Is it missile? Secret weapon of you? You wanna know? I think scientifically, okay? Alright. What weapon was a sword? Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Any questions so far? No? I just decided to let him look smart. That's the perfect tool for the job! Ta-da! A metal detector. Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming from a mile away. I will slowly raise my hand because I was hoping it was Missile. Missile is a dog. In case you don't know that, I believe it's the first game you get the option to pick up a quote-unquote secret weapon, and it's a metal detector, a fishing pole, or missile. The canine. Well, I think your scientific investigation to go? Huh? Me? I've been using this thing for hours now. It's pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try? I don't know. The hell does it the gunshot or not? Yeah? Come on, pal. It's good fun, I'm telling you. Alright then. Guess I'll give it a go. Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget. The absolute best. It's so sensitive you can make it cry. It's so high-tech you could skydive off it. Oh, bother. Oh, bother. So, now I'm gonna tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon is around here somewhere, right? Sure, that's what we're trying to find out. Right, so, first let's turn the detector on. That's the sound in the middle of the detector signal bouncing off of something metallic. Next, move the detector around and give this courtyard a good look-see. See, pal? Don't worry, this baby will let you know when you... and when that happens, press the A button to give the A a good hard stare. This thing picks up metallic objects that are hidden from sight, too. That's some thunder I can hear. I don't know if my microphone picked it up, though. Take a good look at it. You should know next to the golden sash it wasn't a murder weapon, pal. Yeah, I know, I just thought I'd check it again anyway. Oh, yeah, that reminds me. You know about that sword? It's supposed to represent the multiple branches that life can take, all that was one. Yeah, I'd heard something about that. You know what I think about sometimes? Kind of a life I'd be leading had I not joined the homicide division. Think about that kind of stuff, detective? Of course I do. I think about it a lot. He's a traffic cop, he's a detention officer, he's the Blue Badger. Something to be said about the humor value of Gumshoe as the Blue Badger. Honestly, the Blue Badger might as well just be Gumshoe. Like, straight up. This looks like a wallet. Aha! That's where it's been. Is it yours, detective? I'm always dropping it, so I put a belt on. I put a bell on it. But you still dropped it anyway. It's actually not a terrible idea, though. Honestly. Yeah, but I found it again, pal. The wallet is completely empty. Well, I drop it all the time, so I don't put money in it anymore. How come the metal detector picked it up? That's because of the bell, I guess. Somehow I don't believe that is just Gumshoe's wallet. It's like there's something round buried in the ground. Don't touch that, pal! Huh? What is it? It's a trap! We'll set those out to catch us detectives. Real nasty. A trap for detectives? You make those fierce traps with the sharp teeth that are supposed to snag your leg? Yeah, those! I got my finger caught in one of those ones. Your finger? It was this bit of cheese and it looked so tasty. I reached out and then BAM! I'm not sure I know how to respond to a story as stupidly pitifully. There's just stupid pitiful as that. Dang. Alright, so that's obviously not it. Ooh, that's some more thunder. Oh, I didn't even see that. Being old panhandlers. How do you know that? Huh? What? It's my nickname in junior high. What, Panhandle? Well, I didn't have much money back then, pal. Just to bump stuff off the other kids sometimes, and they call me the Panhandler. Panhandler, huh? I can see that. Thinking back, it's kind of a nice memory now. Alright. It's... Just a pair of skis, nothing useful for our case here. I'm actually pretty good on skis, you know, pal. Just on the flat on the slope with my coat fluttering in the wind. Really? I have no idea. How good are you then? Well, I'm better on skis than I am on skates. Not as good as when I'm on a snowboard. It's a pretty detailed answer. Oh, but you know what I'm best at? Making mashed potatoes and gravy. Guy's losing it. Must be the altitude. We better get back to the investigation. So my purse. Okay. That's odd. It's less made of plastic. It says bikini number 1 on the side. There's something under it. Hey, what's this? A badge. Aha! I'm hunting high and low for that. It's yours, detective? I think it's priceless to a guy like me, pal. Cop can't be a cop without his badge. Sure glad I put that dime in there now. How did you manage to drop your badge here of all places? I don't know. I thought it happened this morning. I was playing around with the sled and... Stop right there. I don't need to hear anymore. There's somewhere else I haven't looked. It's not the quote-unquote trap for detectives. That obviously isn't what that is. Well, obviously not gonna be the ladder. Aha! What's this? Hey, I'm looking them all over for that, pal. Huh? It's yours. Yeah, my old man gave it to me when I qualified as a detective. He told me it'd be good for sticking in suspects' faces. Actually, detectives are really nasty. I guess my dream of sticking in your face one day, right? Don't go lose it. A pen? Yeah, a pen. Okay. Oh. Where? The blade. But it can't be like that far, right? Huh. Oh. Ah! This is Mr. Nim's staff, isn't it? Scientifically speaking, man, these are made of wood. The detector's reacting to it. Whenever you look at it, it's made of wood, alright. I don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic. Well, point of a metal detector to find metal where you can't see it? This thing is causing a racket. Yeah, let me take a look at it. Matt, hands off! Examining evidence is a job for the... Ah! The top is coming off. Look at what you've done! That was a really important piece of evidence. Ah! Yep. I kind of... You know, I was thinking when I... So, you know what? The moment I picked it up, I was like, oh, yep, it's gonna be a cane sword. That's, a sword inside the staff. Is this... Could it be... the murder weapon? Ugh. I never guessed there'd be a sword concealed in this victim's staff. I call this kind of thing a sword king, pal. This one's a real gem. Marksmanship is really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword. Else the victim would have stabbed her own foot. I officially give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. But you'll see that the crime was the inner temple garden. Why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? Hey, Gumshoe! Who knows about the hidden sword? No one! Police didn't know about this until I discovered it just now. They say there's a team in Gumshoe. It doesn't look like there are any traces of blood on it. Guess this isn't the murder weapon, huh? No. I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder. Yeah, of course! Sounds like it's definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal! What? It's about the same length as the Shishito too. Must be the murder weapon. Okay, I'm gonna run over to forensics. There's gotta be some traces of blood left even if most of it has been wiped off. I'll see you later, pal. Every case is gonna be airtight, every case is gonna be airtight. Wait up, detective. Huh? What is it, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know. You gotta get that staff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a while? Huh? What are you talking about, pal? Please. Just until we find Maya. Maya? What's this got to do with her? I don't know. I get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Oh, how so? Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now, and... well... I don't know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think... Maya's been... Please, detective. Just wait until we can get inside the sacred cavern. Yeah, looking kind of iridian there. Okay. Stop with that face, pal. One thing, though. The staff secret trick? Let's keep it between you and me, alright? If it gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're finished. I understand. This is just a regular, run-of-the-mill staff, you got it? Okay. You can take good care of it, pal. Well, thank you, detective. Don't worry. She'll be fine. Don't you? You know, there's a place at the base of this mountain that has some really good pasta. I better take it there when you find Maya, huh, pal? Sure, thanks. Some staff received from Detective Gumshoe for safekeeping as a sword hidden inside. No one knows this except me and Detective Gumshoe. Not to wonder, though. What are they should have doing with a staff like this in the first place? I don't know. Some people buy it for self-defense. Yeah. Guess back to the main hall then. You can actually, we might be able to discuss with oh god, what's his name? With Edgeworth about Iris' sister. So, who dis? Hey, Edgeworth? You know that Iris had a twin sister? What? A twin? You can't be serious. Mr. Spikini told me, but the problem is, she didn't know the name of this twin. But Iris having a sister in the files I checked. No, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently her sister was raised by her father, a jeweler, I think? The jeweler. Right, I just might know who this twin sister of hers is. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right? Yeah! Yes, exactly. Please, tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth. Please. Alright. Dahlia Hawthorne. It was my first court case 6 years ago. It was a greenhorn. Due to my inexperience, the defendant died. You were talking about Terry Falls, right? You know about that case? You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Yes, Dahlia was a key witness then. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. Her sister? Well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood related. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Oh boy. Oh man. Thunder getting real loud now. This is when she... Or this is when she ended up. The woman who tried to kill me. Man, it is... all went outside. So after Terry Falls died, what happened to Dolly? Did you check that out? It doesn't really matter. Like I said, Dolly isn't connected with this case. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. What? Well, metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. What? What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne is dead, Edgeworth? Right. I must confess that in reading her file, I came to know of the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. Mia Fey. Oh, poor butterflies. At the time, Dahlia, she was possessed by a demon or something. It's been almost 5 years since the guilty verdict was handed down. I don't know if that one was heard, but that was loud. I've got headphones on too, by the way. Like they do. I mean, you see them on D&D, right? It's the HyperX Clouds. Hard to hear outside volumes. Man, that is, I don't know if that one got picked up, but I kind of hope it was. But I love it. I love the rain. I love the rain. I love thunderstorms. So I'm not like upset by it. I'm just a little afraid that it might cut power. This won't be the finale anymore. No, honestly, with how long is it taking, it might be better to wait till tomorrow to do the case. We'll see what the time is when we get there. It's honestly starting to look like... I know we started kind of late today, so I don't know. She was executed last month. But executed? I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, right? For more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with this case. She's dead. When someone is dead, there's no way to revive them. Oh, that's right, Ezra doesn't believe. There's no way to revive the dead. I wonder... It seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Ezra. What is that? I thought Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother. What's that mother got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fay, the spirit medium from the branch family of the Corinne channeling technique. Did you say Corinne channeling technique? Do you know something about it? Oh, yes. It was connected with that fraudulent spirit medium. Fraudulent? I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. I was caught up in the middle of a murder investigation that they somehow leads. Stumped. That's when they called her in. A very famous spirit medium and the master of her channeling school. But you know what happened? As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they were all fraudulent. Edgeworth. Go to the police records room. All you do is check the Dl6 Incident case file and you'll know. Who's that wrong? How could I forget? That was the victim in that case. Edgeworth, you'll understand someday. And then, let's see if the Corinne channeling technique is real. No. Did he update anything? He did. Dahlia Hawthorne deceased. Alright. Either Pearl or Dahlia being to talk to, you know? Or not Dahlia, sorry, Iris. But probably Iris first, I think. Since we're right here. I think we have enough to do this. So let's get this. The chair is so loud. It's kind of old though. I always think of it as being new, but it's not. I've had it for like 2 years. But I'm crying. I think it's time you told the truth about what you were doing. You said you were in your room at Hasakura Temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be the truth? Yes, that's where I was. Iris, I believe you're innocent. Come on. I want to believe what you're telling me too, but I can't. This is like somewhere else on the night of the murder. Oops. Oops. Oops! Oops! Take that! Bikini. I'm talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Hey, thanks for seeing that. Sister Bikini. Your testimony in court today was very clear. That night I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple. But, well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. Sister Bikini didn't just see you. She spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training then. You see, Iris. You were there at the inner temple on the night of the murder. That's impressive, Mr. Indeed. The acolyte's sexual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. Left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? Takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the inner temple. I would have left at about 9:40 p.m., I think. I'm sorry, Iris, but lying just doesn't suit you. Uh-huh. Now you say you left the main hall at 9:40 p.m., but it just doesn't add up with the... Also, what she had stated. Right? Well, she said she rang the bell at 10. You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock then. Plus, only moments before you rang that bell. You're seen in the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Who's that? Me. Mr. Wright. We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten. No, that's right. I remember. Yeah, you do. And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in two different places at the same time. Explain to me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I've managed to prove two things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the inner temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. There were two of you. On the night of the incident, you were seen at two different places at the same time, which means there must have been two of you. I can't think of any other explanation. But that's crazy. How could that be? There's only one of you. It's impossible. Impossible? I wonder. Why are you trembling? Something seems to suggest otherwise. Yeah. You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me. Show me evidence. Show me something that proves there's more than one of me. Hell. Eh. Tell you Hawthorne. I have a firm grasp of the situation, though, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps. That's right. Thalia Hawthorne. A woman I know only too well. I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer... Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? Sorry. Thank you. There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? This second you, who was here at the temple on the night of the murder, it was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. You just said yourself a second ago. Sister's dead. Have you forgotten that? Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo, training ground of the Korean channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you knew about it. That's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. Ah! Oh no! Ah! Boom. Get wrecked. I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that, I spotted at the inner temple. Knew it was my sister. Oh yeah, the other half of me who passed away last month. I suspected. I said Sister Bikini saw the inner temple on the night of the murder. That's Dahlia Hawthorne. Why don't you tell me this before? Because my sister always says the right thing. Excuse me? Because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. You betrayed her once before. I can't do it again. You betrayed her? What do you mean? That's why I have to accept I may be found guilty. The only way What is she talking about? What are you talking about? You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago? What was the start of it all? It's down that twisted path. Must sneeze. She started to commit crime after crime, and she lost her life. It's all because I betrayed her. How did you betray her, Iris? It was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing. What? But I got scared, so I ran away. What are you talking about? Why would you help her? It's like $2 million? Your own father? That's awful. But I promised. I promised that I'd help. She didn't do it for the money. Huh? It was revenge on our father. Revenge? What do you mean by revenge? He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell. Her mother? She must be talking about Morgan Fay. Mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Fay family. The main family had a lot of influence in many businesses and political circles at the time. The eldest daughter, Mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. The reason our father married our mother in the first place. The power. I see. No, I knew it was coming. But his plan backfired. Because our mother's sister, just say your aunt. Flip it all from her. She took over the Master of Kareem, as the Master of Kareem. Misty Fay, Maya's mother. Ugh. But before long, the credibility of the Kareem tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Mystic Misty Fay, made a terrible mistake. There's an investigation of the Dl6 Incident. Does everyone know about Dl6? After that happened, Father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive, and he had no reason to stay there. That's when you came here to Hazakura Temple. Yes. The one my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see. Oh. Oh my god! I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master's seat stolen from her and wrecked by her own family. She's been very battered, spiritually and emotionally. I think I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together. I have asked for everything I can in my capability as a prosecutor. This incident, being related to it, goes back to the history of the Fae clan. That's what it looks like. Iris. Iris! There's just one more thing I want you to tell me. What is it? During the incident with your sister, Dahlia Hawthorne, poisoned a lawyer? She began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. A college student. Have you heard anything about him? Well, I did hear one thing. He said she hated his guts. I see. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Hurry up, Phoenix Wright. There's still much to investigate. Leave these locks to me. I'll open them for you, I promise. Thank you. This will continue my investigation. Still one giant secret left to unlock. Girl Cyclock. Let's get it. Here's some gates. Suspension bridge. And then Heavenly Hall. Very nice, Heavenly Hall. Look at that! I really did make a fire. Right in front of the shack. Oh! Mr. Nick! You're too late, Nick. Came here for one of our potatoes. We've already finished them all off. I think I've pretty much got all the evidence I need. Just need to find out what Pearls is hiding. Let's do it. Pearls? So good. There's no condition to look at anything. Hit the wrong button. Let's do it, Pearls. Let's get it. There's 5 locks. That's crazy. After dinner on the night of the murder, you're supposed to be in Elise and Im's room reading a book together, correct? Yeah, I was so happy when she invited me, but I didn't go in the end. You know, it makes a lot more sense now, actually, thinking back, because the entire time, I don't know if I said anything, but the entire time that Elise and Im was being, like, super buddy-buddy with Pearl, I'm like, oh, you should come with me! We'll read a book together! It'll be great! You'll have a great time! Not you, Maya, you're not allowed. But Pearl... in the back of my head, I was like, this is kind of creepy, and 100% how child kidnapping and or other even more severe and bad things happen to someone like Pearl. But it makes a lot of sense that it's just her niece, and so she wanted to just hang out with her niece. It seems a lot less weird when you know that. It feels really wrong. I didn't go in there. You didn't go? No. There was somewhere else I had to go instead. I'm so worried I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous. Rose never went to Miss Denim's room. She was too worried about something, or someone else. Pearls. On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? Definitely near a temple. You went here, didn't you, Pearls? It's like you're still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? Then the next question is, who or what were you so worried about? I'm gonna take a guess. You can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay? You mean you know? If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth? Oh, okay. You went to this place for a very simple reason, and that is... Maya. It's obvious what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? Ah! You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was the special course. Signed up for your special course! Well, my! Quite brave of you considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me to become one with those who channel. This sort of became scared with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced all the curse into the mind in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you? Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. So I decided to go and find out how he was doing anything in the temple. Then we're clear now that she went to the inner temple that night for us. It's not so clear what happened after that. Well, what time was when you headed over to the inner temple? It's probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. The real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started. But there's so much snow, I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock. Until after 10? How did you know what time it was? Because I heard the bell ringing for Light Bell. She put the lights out, though. Sounds like our temple's bell's pretty small, though, isn't it? Must be. You must have really good hearing. I'm only trying to pick up the sound of that bell, that's all. I'm gonna miss it. That would be terrible. Just trying to hear the bell. Tell me, Pearls. Why are you so worried about hearing the bell? I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about that bell is because of this. I think it's the letter, right? The letter mentioned something about 10 o'clock, right? Yeah, so you have to light up. You must channel her spirit. You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? Well, I presume you recognize these pieces of paper. Ah! Where did you... In the incinerator at the inner temple. Pearls, you were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out, though. My species, Mr. Nick, you're amazing. Yeah. The instructions that were found in the incinerator. I believe they were written for you, Pearl. For me? No. As you can see, a large portion has been burned. And that section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out, though, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Maybe account the author of the note. purpose for writing it. Whose sphere of pearls have been trying to channel? Overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious the pearls were supposed to channel. First thing you were trying to channel that night, Pearls, was... probably Dahlia, right? I mean, that's who she ended up channeling, so apparently. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was given, that was in the letter. Ah! Let's go. Just like suspected. Wasn't Iris whose sister Bikini met at the inner temple that night? It was Dahlia Hawthorne. You know anything about her, Pearls? You know what kind of a woman Dahlia Hawthorne was? No. I've never heard of anyone by the name before reading those instructions. I thought so. Doesn't know what the Dahlia is her sister. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever was asked you to channel the spirit of someone you'd never heard of. Must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. Here's my next question. Who wrote this set of instructions for you to follow? It was definitely Morgan Fay. Without a doubt. Pearls. I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? You followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you, that's why. How did you... I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. Oh, well, I'm gonna sneeze again. Alright, Pearls. It's time you started telling me the truth. Why is she holding back from me? Like this. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a child. Huh? I'm trying to say I follow these instructions. I'd like to see some proof. What? Because I don't think you have any. Well, you say anything rather than admit to carrying out those instructions. We'll have to produce some more evidence then. One more thing should do it. Right, Pearls. I don't know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right. There's no evidence that proves it was you. I knew it. However, I know that whoever did it was a child. Huh? How do you know that? It couldn't have been an adult. An adult would have made a simple mistake like that. Simple mistake? What do you mean by that? I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you've been given. You misunderstood some of the words. This is the evidence that proves it. Ah, my really dumb joke was gravely roast. No. Gravy roast. The Master. Otherwise known as the Hanging Scroll. That's hilarious. It was you who splattered gravy on this Hanging Scroll, wasn't it? Ah! But what? Why would I do something like that? Do you remember what was written in the letter? Gravely roast the Master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition? She didn't know how to read the word gravely and roast, among others, right? How do you know that? Remember the conversation with Mr. Nim on the night of the murder? Oh my god! I forgot that. Perhaps we can read some books together. Really? I'd love to. I am not very good at reading. Oh, well then, would you like to practice reading with me? Miss Louise? For example, how do you read this? It says, gravelly. It's kind of a tough word. I agree. Gravelly is a tough word. Actually, is it gravelly or is it gravy? I think it's gravy. It really is a tough word. I believe it's supposed to be gravy. It doesn't make sense if it's gravelly roast, so it's gravy. So, okay. For my own sake, so I don't feel stupid. I feel stupid. Gravely has 2 L's. Sure, Mr. Dim taught you how to read gravely and gross. What she didn't teach you is what they meant. It may sound like gravy to me. The only roast I could think of was the food. And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture in of the master in gravy from that night's pot roast. To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. Guess I really did get the wrong idea. Just a tiny bit. I really am useless. I couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother had asked it. It's a simple thing, I couldn't even do it right. Wow. Would have thought that Pearls would have been the actual criminal here. Not actually. But... after dinner that night, I did go to Inner Temple. And a pot full of leftover gravy. The gravy. I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cabin. I was sure it was the Master of Terrain, like it said in the letter. I see. And then, well, it was already way past 10 when I got there, because of all the snow. Well, went to the temple guest area. The guest area? Yeah, I thought I could wait there until the training was over. Why don't you just go to the training club? Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started, and I couldn't interrupt it. I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then, Pearls, did you fall asleep? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it. Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris, too. It happens. Anyway, you found yourself trapped at the Inner Temple. Yeah, I woke up every morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore, and there was no one in the training hall. Everyone had left me because I overslept. I threw the letter in the incinerator, and then I heated up the leftover gravy and let off some steam by chucking the gravy at the scroll while you cried. Okay. It must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. It used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school, too. No one paid something so trivial with her experience, Larry. Lots of powers. It was written right in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the Inner Temple when I heard the bell ring. You channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit. No. I tried, but I couldn't do it. You couldn't do it. I've never failed at channeling someone. So this is the first time it's happened. I tried and I tried and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. But couldn't do it. Dude, don't let it get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky for you. Ooh, just like that. But you never managed to channel the spirit. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone? Yes, I don't know what to do. Is there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel the spirit? I suppose there's one other possibility. Not very likely, though. Should you please tell me what it is, anyway? It happened if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone else? What do you mean? Oh, there's only one of each spirit, right? Yep, it's like dating a girl, Nick. Can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. I mean, technically you can. Cheating and polygamy are both a thing. No, I mean on the night of the murder. Someone else channeled her spirit before Pearl's could. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne. I am a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish. Her final wish? Yeah, this letter? This is my last wish, she said it. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully. Oh, this letter. I definitely need to find out more about it. Alright. My mother has gone to a place called the Penitentiary? Yeah, I know, Pearls. I visit her every month. Last month, she told me... The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I had a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fae clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now, listen carefully. I'll tell you where the letter's hidden. I don't remember what I did for her voice, so that works. My mother's always nice to me. I love her so much. Yeah, moms will do anything for the kid, right? It was for the good of the Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya's part of the Fae clan, but it had to be good for her too. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick? I guess so. Yeah, definitely wouldn't have been the result of murdering Mystic Maya. There's a picture with her letter too. A picture? That's Messiah Hawthorne. Usually a picture is not to channel someone's spirit, but this time... Pretty weird, huh? Anybody knows anything about this stuff? Something else I was thinking about my mother's letter. The cylinder was broken, as if someone had already opened it once before. It sure is pretty strange. Someone had opened it already. Someone had updated in the court record. Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out. You're very welcome. Mother's watching over it. So I'm sure Mystic Maya will be alright. Look at that innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her? Huh? Kiddo? I haven't figured it out, have you, Trite? But you realize how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is. Kiddo? The entrance to the Sacred Cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. I guess he's talking about Irish on the lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. Why do you say that? Because my Fae isn't coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about. How do you say something like that? It was your job to protect her, Trey. Just like it was your job to protect me and Fae. You sisters caught up in the worst circumstances. I realized that, but you were the only one who was by their side. You were the only one who could have saved them. But I didn't know anything about what was going on. What did I just say, Trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Tomorrow. Settle everything in court tomorrow. Once and for all. Mr. Nick? Yes, didn't I just said true? We'll be alright, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. Yeah, that's right. You know I can trust you, Mr. Nick. Yo, this song, though? Fun bops. Anthony's got a bop inside of it. Like, Dear Pearl. You've done so well, my child. My Pearl. I'm over. But that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. Blood of the main family is no more. Now finally, for all this time, Master's seat is yours. Last great wish. Seems I was just in time. But if Pearl couldn't channel, who did? What? Alright. Well, it is 10 o'clock. We did start kinda late. Only like 2.5 hours. I think here's the play. We keep going. We finish it up. I think that I should be... I'm hoping the court case isn't super long. February 10th, 9:39 a.m. District Court. Defendant Lobby number 1. Good morning. Oh, you by yourself? Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me, what's going to happen with Miss Maya? Sorry, we don't know yet. Investigation is still going on, so it's allowed in the Inner Temple. You see, is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the Inner Temple. She's required to be here in court. Good. How come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? That's kind of strange. You're looking for Iris who's in the prosecutor's lobby? Oh. Edgeworth? They're sitting over there. He's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. His testimony? You've heard me. Nurse is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. Francisca Bonfarno, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Francisca isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? What else would it be but Godot? Godot? Francisca's engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's... Exactly. She has been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. The headman's assistants, naturally. Just a minute of the last unlock should be taken care of in about 3 hours. If everything continues to go smoothly, as we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Just gonna go and sending the other's case shut today. Trying to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. Why here? I was certain there to be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made the decision, I found myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold on to someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands. Partner. Thanks. Oh my god, he called me partner! I can't believe I'm Edgeworth's partner. I still have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. Circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Dunant. No, I mean Miss Misty Fey. Any possible flight Larry claims to have seen? And that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Let's do it. This is a great capstone, actually. Let's go ahead and end this game. Alright, let's get into it. I hope this wasn't super long. I have a feeling it might be, though. We might be here for another 2 hours. Ugh. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris and Hazakura Temple. Your Honor? What are you... Who? Me? Well, little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he felt a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I will be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. They're brothers. There's a lot. Huh. So does that mean this are just Canadian too? Because the other one's Canadian. The blonde one. My poor brother. He looked a bit pale. Not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. Crazy. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. We of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. Bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then you mean, get it? What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. Today, she's had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? Iris. Iris? Why don't you discuss it with me first? Very well. The court will now hear the defendant's confession. Iris? When meeting a beautiful lady, I always ask for her name and profession. It's one of my rules. Your name is Iris? A simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Witness, is there something that you want to confess to? Yes. But first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. Wow. Really gonna throw me under the bus like that, huh? I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Junin?
No, I'm not, Your Honor. I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the life of the shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hasakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it.
What?
Not me!
Order in the court, order. Witness, you saying you were an accomplice to the murder?
Yes, that's correct.
What? What indeed? Not me?
3 minutes in court, and I'm already covered in a cold sweat.
Huh. Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. Just happens to be that in this case, it's the murder.
I mean, maybe.
The right, Mr. Trite. Yeah, I could know. This is the confession they were conferring about. I didn't need to say this.
Looks like Iris' testimony was all a lie.
I just have testimony crumpled up and shoved into a pot. Now then, little lady. If you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime are you trying to cover up by your actions?
They're just covering for something.
Definitely have to speak without a paddle or a life jacket. Oh, sorry, something stuck in my throat. Ugh.
I've been at Hasakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hasakura Temple is by one of the branch families of the Karen tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family.
I'm sorry, the main family?
Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself if need be to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Karen channeling technique. Mystic Maya Fey. Huh? I now understand what I'm saying.
Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite.
He's naming Maya? Maya?
Order in the court. Did you witness the murder? For the name of the murderer.
I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. Sorry to commit the crime with my very own eyes. I cleaned up the area to try to protect her.
That's ridiculous!
Maya could never do such a...
The counsel will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime?
Yes, Your Honor.
I thought I was prepared for the unexpected.
Imagine the case would wind up going in this direction. I figured they were going to try to pin it on Maya. I have a feeling Iris is not as innocent as she seems. I was in her temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. So Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff? Mystic Maya was still stumbling, so Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. In self-defense, you can't blame her for it.
So it was in self-defense?
Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya.
You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You got the instincts of a true criminal.
I think it's not quite right. It was established yesterday. Iris never went in their temple that night. And that person who did go was... woman. Iris even admitted it.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination.
Ooh. What if Iris channeled? But we know it wasn't Pearl. Pearl didn't do it. Pearl didn't do the channeling. Not because she didn't want to, but because she couldn't. Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. Yesterday, the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple.
Objection!
Objection?
She did now. Bad for you. You said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go?
I was in the inner temple's training hall.
Private conversation between the two does not constitute testimony. Be properly described as hearsay. What do you have to say, witness?
I just couldn't tell him the truth at that time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? I don't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder.
There. We all understand how difficult this is for you. Let's continue with the testing. What did you witness in the temple garden?
Well, Your Honor,
She's not my girlfriend.
I can't have a girlfriend. I'm too busy being with my boyfriend, Edgeworth.
Is it that the victim attacked Maya? I mean, Miss Faye?
Yes. It was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like she was going to collapse.
What were you doing at the time?
Why don't you stop them from fighting? I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock.
That's perfectly understandable, my dear.
This doesn't sound right. I don't believe his testimony for a minute.
What happened after that?
This guy was still stumbling, so at least moved him to deliver a fatal strike. She moved him to deliver a fatal strike? Yes, I'm sure of it. He threw down her staff and reached for a rope for a weapon.
Wait a minute.
What was this weapon? It was a kind of dagger. Dagger. Huh. Lucinda tried to stab her with this weapon.
To kill Miss Faye?
Yes, exactly.
Huh. Looked like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. That is a weird word to say in a voice. Worcestershire? Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Do I have a problem with Iris' testimony? There is one. Why didn't we see a dagger? Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client.
Yes, well, nevertheless.
That's fine. Witness, inside the last statement of the testimony.
Yes, sir?
Hey, just a moment. It's my time to say that. Listen, Gramps. I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Okay, now let's continue.
Threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside a robe. I don't believe that. She threw her staff away. Mystic Elise was trying to kill Mystic Maya. I think that's why she wanted a more lethal weapon.
It's true, it's not easy to inflict a deadly blow with the staff.
Mr. Iris, let me make sure I've got this straight. The victim herself chose to throw away her staff. Yes, that's what I saw.
Is there anything about it, Mr. Wright?
Yeah, it's all alright. Mystic Elise attacked Mystic Maya with a dagger, I'm sure of it.
Well, I know Gumshoe said we need to keep this a secret. Oh, sorry, Gumshoe.
That's not true. You wouldn't do that. Sister Iris, something strange about your version of events. Huh? The student throwing her staff away makes no sense at all. But all you can do with the staff is hit someone.
I mean, you could bludgeon them to death.
Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. Ah. At least Shunim really had wanted to kill Maya Fey. She wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? Yeah, hi.
Whoa. That was an impressive bit of investigating, right? I would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. Even so, where should I put this? The long sword is unwieldy and looks quite ineffective in close quarters combat.
What? Huh? I mean, I guess maybe in a sense of like, in like a grappling situation, yeah, but the whole point of a sword is close quarters combat.
And that's why she chose a dagger over her blade.
Well,
Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. There is something strange about the whole testimony. Well, it's alright. The prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Right. And here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Why would she want to kill her own daughter? Who she is. Lee Student would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Dunim. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey? Ah, no. Not Misty Fey. But who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to... Misty Fey is the master of the crane channeling thing. She is also the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious? Like a heart attack. Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Student actually the great mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. Oh my god. Looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. They knew that she would try to kill her only daughter. One she hasn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Let's go. Order in the court. All brother hearing witness testimony. It seemed natural enough. However, I just see the facts that have just been presented. One of the victims supposedly threw away a sword during a fight. Two, there were people battling to the death for mother and daughter. That makes being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in this world that is impossible. Except for one little thing. Yes? There's one little impossible thing? Huh. You still don't get it. Oh my god. You think maybe my beans are under roasted. You have no idea, Gramps. Did you get to your point? I just witnessed his confession this morning. Since I had taken this first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, a detective who wants to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. It was not the dagger that witness testified to seeing. Obviously, Your Honor. Do you not notice something else? Did you mention it? Look closer, there appears to be blood on it. Oh! Where did you find that? I didn't say that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? This dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree. Last blow was struck and he divided a battle between the two women. This little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. Which means... well, this dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Huh. Are you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning. So I had taken the first of my 13th cup of morning coffee. Did you say it was your 8th a few minutes ago? I don't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. In any case, the court will accept this dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I will let a blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. You'd be right. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Dagger added to the court record. Found behind a tree in the Air Temple Garden. What's being announced? Okay. Now then. The somebody we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. Boy, that was an interesting place. You know, puberty too and all. However, never having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, seemed to consider her testimony to be credible. Oh my god. Cute girls never lie. Never. That's not true. That's never been true. Everybody lies. Doesn't matter how cute you are. In any case, witness, If you could please testify again to this court. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw. Battle between the two women.
Yes, Your Honor.
Alright. The battle.
Mystic Maria stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with a staff. When she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with her back to the stone lamp.
Oh my god, my throat, man.
So Mystic Maria stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed.
That was a very heartbreaking story.
I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Missy's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore.
That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Oh, my throat is all jacked up right now. I don't know what happened. What was something with all the gravelly voices? It's bad for you, man. That was too much water. I'm over here trying to drown myself on the side, apparently. Oh. Alright. Briefly. He dodged Mystic Elise's attack, so the weapon so his face wasn't alone. Let's go back to the lantern. Ooh. Oh, no, 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 no. Are you actually certain that's what you saw?
Yes, I'm almost certain.
Almost?
The card almost dark. I couldn't really tell who was who.
What did she just say? So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely. You know that Maya Fey was at the inner temple that night. And the woman that was killed was at least a man. It's fairly obvious who attacked who.
Yeah. I don't have anything to counter that yet.
Brother witness, please give your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Praise teacher like that.
Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise stumbled over and fell to the ground.
She was stabbed in the stomach, huh?
Yes.
Oh, that is not true. That is not true. That is not true. She was stabbed in the back.
Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh?
Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. Quite a few contradictions. Whatever.
What do you mean? That's so public testimony.
According to you, Maya faced the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct?
Yes, that's right.
But in that case, it would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back.
Ah.
This appears that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris. It appears that another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. What? The meaning of this mystery? Huh. It's simple. People are like books. They've all got a front and a back, you get my drift. Is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind.
Please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already.
The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff and people fighting being mother and daughter. And now, she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach? Certainly are some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it?
Well, it's just...
Ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? Oh boy. 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee. Pick out each one requires total concentration and use of all the senses. To concentrate on what the witness actually said.
Master Godot, explain yourself. Witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark, see clear. A human needs one thing to see clearly. That is light. Light? By the way, did you know, Hazakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training, some lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Well, yes, Your Honor. According to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall. That's it. Most enlightening. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. You can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite? No! Order! Here, Your Honor. You present the stone lantern into evidence. You rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Look, over the book. Lantern from the inner temple garden. Solid the night of the crime. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Is the flame too hot? This lantern. There's something written on it. Oh, why? It's written in blood. I just didn't know about that yet. Written in blood. It says Mario upside down. What the? Oh, yes. That's right. They're being cornered and stabbed by Mystic Maya. Sulis didn't fall down right away. She's been writing that on the stone lantern behind her. With the blood that was raining out of her body. Again, she got stabbed in the back. Why would she write it upside down if she was stabbed in the back? That doesn't make any sense. She would have been facing the lantern at that point, right? So why would she write it upside down? It certainly looks that way. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean? What are we all talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, as clean as a whistle. Oh, because his goggles are red. Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all? No, I think about it. He said something to me yesterday. My eyesight is perfect. It's pretty messed up. You know, these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what you meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot? Yes, okay then, let's move on. It was literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. I believe it has now been established. Mr. Nim was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong. It's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir? After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. Oh boy. Cover. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition. I moved the body from the inner temple by myself. Dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple. I used the Shichishito to alter the way the wounds looked. So you moved the body? Yes. I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fakeling. Even so, I never imagined that the least two Nim was actually Misty Fae. I committed a terrible sin.
The terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, huh?
I intend to return to the Inner Temple after taking the... I intended to return to the Inner Temple after taking care of the body. But...
You're spotted by the head nun, correct?
yes, that's why I couldn't go back.
Well, story makes sense, I suppose. It's alright, go ahead with the cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Alright. After Mr. Police died, I called out to Mr. Brian? Why? So you thought everything was over before making a move?
No, it's not like that.
She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. Not surprising that she was a little timid. Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion.
Isn't your job as the judge to mediate the argument? You must have told Mr. Clay you saw me. The 8 finally dawned on her to what she had done.
What can do to protect the future rest of the strange tradition? So then, you knew. You knew the significance of them in my effect.
Yes,
Of course I did. That's not much. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize my estate, let alone her position.
anyway, she was a very special person indeed.
So, you thought you were talk about yourself.
But why did you do that? I didn't want Mr. Clay to be suspected in any way. But the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene.
Move her body all by yourself.
Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow.
The snow, huh? Think behind the way across Dusky Bridge. It's pretty amazing you can make it all the way across. What a rickety old bridge.
It looks worse than it is. Surprisingly sturdy despite its age.
It's like they say, youths are too stupid to catch even a simple point. But there's one other thing that bothers me. Why don't you shove the body into Eagle River? It would have been much easier than tracking it all the way to Hazakura Temple.
Thought it would still cast too much suspicion on Mr. Lion. I tried to take the body as far away as possible.
Huh. Makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge?
Snowmobile?
No doubt. Snowmobile? It would show up sooner or later.
Yes, I had the key. I used some of them to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge.
This is the part that was in question the other day. Can I ask for more details? It's about snowmobile. I suppose. More about the snowmobile ride.
Yeah, it was very cold that night. We came all the way to the foot of the bridge.
I'm sorry, witness. Now, got a problem with your testimony.
Excuse me?
No.
Who are you off to now?
That night, after the head nun left the remainder of the training to you, she said she walked from the temple back to Hazakura Temple. Yes, I'm rather certain that's what the record indicates. Still her comments on the subject.
Maybe, but I made it back to Hazakura Temple. It was there by the main gate, snowmobile in.
This is true. Oh god, that one was bad. The snowmobile was in front of the main gate. This is one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say? Why the prosecution is pointing this out, I don't know. Okay. Order! Mr. No! Why are you pointing out contradictions in the witness's testimony? Let's just say I like things to be neat and tidy, okay?
Well, maybe Sister Bikini missed it. Yes, maybe she didn't see it.
You think she missed it? That doesn't sound right. Huh. Whatever. But I don't think this is decisive enough to warrant any more time or effort. It's just... you better be careful in your testimony.
all I wanted to say. Smart little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that. Yes, sir? What was that all about? Why would you don't want to give me a hint?
Well then, let's human testimony. Transported to the body by Snowball. Way back, all the way to Hazelcur Temple, according to that.
Yes, not that way, Mystic Lion would never be suspected. That's what I thought anyway. When
Oh my god! Is that what you were doing when Sister King saw you?
Yes, that's right. You probably thought the worst.
Probably. Like, definitely. I see. Well, Sister Bikini mistakenly thought you were the one that murdered Mr.
I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. It's my fault that this case has gotten so confusing. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. I was just trying to pin the murder on Maya. Why would she want to do that? Only one reason I can think of. I must have side, I called it Music Maya. Duty. Body cleaner, something like stealth. Use a snowmobile. I want. Oops, not that. I want. See, that's what the other thing. And the key, the snowmobile. Check my teeth counts. I thought the tracks. We really did move her body by snowmobile. There should be tracks left in the snow, right?
Yes, naturally you would expect tracks.
This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. But I want to see one set of tracks. I don't see what's so strange about them. It was still falling when I left Hazelcur Temple.
I see. It's still falling, huh?
Then when the murder took place, it already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks.
Hmm. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? It's very important to prove wrong.
The murder took place, it's already stopped? Doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. We also literally proved it yesterday. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made out of the testimony.
But it will have something to do with the case?
Well, we'll be making clear if you our statement to the end of the record.
Huh. It should be fun.
Let's get the stove business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir? Alright. Murder took place. Yeah, we already established this yesterday. Ooh, whoops. Whoops, that didn't go well. That should have been right, but okay. I guess there's been a lot of contradicting testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true? Yes, I am. The murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks are so clear. That's right, I'm certain of it. But I think I've trapped her this time. I see how you think snow. Huh.
What is going on here?
The snow really had stopped by the time of the murder. Could it mean there's a bigger hole in her story than that movie, The Great Revelations? What? That's such an oddly specific jab. Huh. Well then, Mr. Trite, I'd like to share your theory with us. Let's see what's up your sleeve. Grab it. At the end of your index finger. I don't want to believe it. I don't think my logic's failing me. I was trying to pin the murder on mine. Only one reason I can think of. Body from the temple. It was stumbled to the care of Hazelcur Temple, and I used the Shibuchito. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. We know this isn't true. Alright, so the snow stopped at like 10:50. The murder happened at like 11. Let me say it real quick. Because just want to make sure we're safe here. I want to try a couple of things here. So if it's not
That's not the weather data. That doesn't make any sense to me. Well, that should be the weather data. Right? I guess it must be the tracks photo, right? Nope. I am curious what will happen if I present... Okay, I just wanted to see. That's interesting. So the contradiction's somewhere else, but that doesn't seem right. Either behind me all the way across this bridge. The start did not stop. We all know this. I don't know. Honestly, I'm gonna look this up. Because to me, this seems to be the correct thing to do. Placing that up. So let's load back up here, just in case. Is it cover? Okay. 1, 2, 3. That. What? The 5th statement, ask about the tracks. Let's just say that she left temple while it was going. Went back after it stopped. When asked if it's important, so it's very important to say yeah, but the time the murder took place, the storm already stopped. Contradiction. Oh, whether they have the 4th statement. That doesn't make any sense, but okay. Well, okay, sure. That does not make sense. But sure. Didn't snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible. Yeah. What? You lived. What? Doesn't make sense. Is that a bug? Is that a glitch? Is that an error? It seems like it's an error. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. It couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Just 5 minutes before the snow stopped. Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning. Caught on fire. What did you say? It was on fire? You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was the lightning strike that the bridge burned out. What? It can't be. It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. No. Alright. Order. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the air temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Witness, even my patience has its limits. If you're lying, I will find you in contempt of court. You have anything to say for yourself. The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Oh, man. Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. What? The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elucidum was discovered in the halls of Clara Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating the student's body. He makes a good point, in both accounts. That's right, I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night. Memory's still somewhat hazy. Aha! It comes out. You have served a witness at that witness and testified this entire time. I think it's now your memories of that night is hazy? It's only human to err. You're so perfect, Trite. You can explain this for the court. What is it? The murder happened. It had already burned down. Somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick. Oh, not exactly, no. Must be some other way she got across that burnt-out bridge. So I can somehow demonstrate it. I know the truth. Oh boy. Clearly the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. See what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Ah! It's my job! Alright then. Witness, let's hear your testimony once more. About what, Your Honor? Admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Is there an explanation of that to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. Will this be her final testimony? No, probably. I mean, once you get this on, like, what else would she testify about? Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just got confused, I guess. Is it still falling, or had it stop? Does it really matter that much? You're saying that there was a way to cross the burning bridge. Oh, that's it? Oh, okay. Oh, it's just a misunderstanding, I see. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. It certainly was burnt to a crisp, and suspension wires even snapped, but maybe the whole bridge didn't fall. Yeah, honestly. Clearly it would be impossible to carry your corpse across a bridge in that condition. I might have to climb. Oh. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's gonna be deemed as the truth. You might be accused of murder. Right. I'm gonna say it one more time. It's only human to err. Yeah. Humans can spot the errors in our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. I would agree with that. Alright, Mr. White, please begin your final cross-examination. Moving the body. Walking over the bridge, going to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the stuff still falling or had it stopped? I didn't remember that much. Or are you saying there's a way to cross a burning bridge? Well, according to Larry? Yes. Yes, there is. Apparently it's right, too. Dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. Huh. You're saying it's possible. Don't make me laugh. Everything that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see that happen. Preposterous. Who is it? Who is this witness? I can't chicken out here. I gotta keep on the attack. Go, 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 go. This Alicia name's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice. Larry student. What did you do? Apprentice. Remember what he said in the testimony. That night, he was at the Mountain Shack Heavenly Hall, and we witnessed the event. But I think you've all seen the sketch before. An exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? That's on April Fool's Day, isn't it? That's right. Are you seriously claiming that the victim threw the air? You're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument. Uh-oh. It looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Huh. Well, right. It's not for you to hide now. But looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old. Does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. Trying to turn this whole thing upside down. You're so eager to turn this case upside down. Let's start with this sketch. Upside down? Negative, say that. Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. Exactly is the sketch trying to show? Only little Whisker Face is going to forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. The sketch is drawn by Dl6 do know is exactly what happened. I'm not gonna lie, until Godot said that, I didn't pick up what was going on. I didn't see it. I see it now, though. Especially after we got the... Just think of a slight hint as to what I'm seeing here. This is what the bridge looked like after it burned down. There's some interesting things going on here. I'll leave it at that. Alright. Anyways, this is exactly what happened. Of course the victim was flying through the air. Let's see it right here in the sketch. Whoosh! You know, this doesn't remind me of yesterday's witness. What? That's the last thing I wanted to hear. Do you have any evidence that the victim flew through the air? Just so you know, I haven't discovered a giant human catapult in the example yet. Yes, I wish they had. Even if you're a lousy lawyer, at least you're 1 cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time. Yeah, there must be some way. I just don't. Let's see a way to use layer sketch to show the truth of what happened. Alright then. The witness will now return to her testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Alright. So that was not correct. I mean, obviously, right. Larry's sketch is correct. No, that's why I believe the sketch shows the truth. Oops. Very well. Let's start reading it again, though. Alright, then let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is the sketch trying to show? Until this face is gonna let me make more mistakes. Hey, Phoenix, carefully think it over. The sketch shown by Dl6 is a complete contradiction. Clear option, in a sense. Something is obviously funny about the sketch. Ah. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I meant, Your Honor. Your student Im stated it over and over. This sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then this sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality? Huh. This is getting interesting. So I get back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, Trite. So what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? They said both. Or... Actually, no, not the bomb. I'm sorry. The person flying is actually not it. The wires are, though. It's the wire connecting to the bridge. Wire? Huh. Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. Show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. Well, you just gave it to us. The Dusky Bridge photo. That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes. Now, compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge... Jumping Jehoshaphat! The wires are below the guard wires. What? Order. The sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Perhaps he just drew it wrong. Either way, sounds like you're just wrong. someone like Larisse, I think a mistake is a definite possibility. That begs the question. Why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back on it. Remember what Larisse was doing when he witnessed this event? He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover. It's never going to come. He waited and waited. Finally, he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. I thought that was sort of a position Larisse must have been in at the time. Lying on his back, just why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back. Can't see how it relates. But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. Oh! Ugh, no way. Larisse Nim witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. Oh no! So then, the sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Larisse Nim's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. Ridiculous. Order. Of all the things to say, pendulum. The bridge was pointing to a crisp, there's no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. Used the burning bridge to get the body across the other side, and the pendulum was the only way to get it done. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple of the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, a rope at least 10 yards long. If you got a rope that long, you'd have to plan ahead. Not necessarily. Lightning strike that night can only have been an accident. Does that make sense if the copper would have prepared the rope beforehand? So then... They didn't have to get up the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope and to create a pendulum? A rope on hand? I know what Phoenix is getting at. What Phoenix is getting at is that the victim was on the one support wire. That wire that's hanging down, that's the wire. So I'm going to assume we can probably use Dusky Bridge. Right? And the meaning of this is, I want to know where the rope came from. It's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Oh! This is one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of these suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste. So it tied the wire around Elysium's body. Because there's simply no other way to move the body. Huh. Oh my god, calm down. Calm down! You're gonna choke! You're gonna drown yourself. Mr. Godot! He's still going. It's an endless coffee pot. Seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. If the odds of a rope being readily available were very high, so I suppose that it is not an impossibility after all. Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's one question. Did that really happen? Right. What we can prove what happened to us? Do you have any actual evidence the body was swung over like a pendulum? Yes. Oh yeah, autopsy report? Right, because it showed that she had sustained a 10-foot drop after death. Which we all assumed was her being thrown out the window. But we know that's not true. She was never thrown out of the window. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, we're in the wire snap. Looking at the map, you can see that it's the one that was in front of the inner temple. Oh, then that was the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. Let's consider the body's movement. Looking at the overhead map again. The body was pushed from this point here. It would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What? Do you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence to suggest her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. Let's hear that her body fell about 10 feet after the death. 10 feet, huh? Let's look at the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. It's... Yes. This blood-stained amethyst crystal? It's the one that came off of Miss Elistunium's staff. And even more important is the place where the crystal sphere was found. Right in that thing. Indeed, I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. Crystal was found. Ah! Precisely, Your Honor. At the very spot where the pendulum would arrive, if given the right amount of speed. Well, this explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. Good. Provided us with a way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Yeah, it's surprising. Mr. Wright? I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. What was the meaning of this, Mr. Godot? That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Shrite. But you forgot about one thing. What would that be? The aroma. Huh? The coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. I'm sure the court doesn't speak coffee-nese. Elaborate a bit more? The criminal had sent the body to the side like you stay. But naturally, there must have been an accomplice lying on the catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusty Bridge. But who collected the body? What do you say about that, Shrite? Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. It's alright. You know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body at Hazakura Temple stop? Ooh. Honestly? Iris. It'll only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? Huh? But I don't see why you're so surprised. Transport the body from Dusky Bridges by snowmobile. But with bad bags, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it. Alright. I've been listening to the witness's testimony. Might have been crime, a little cutie pie. Was on the cleanup duty of the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Indeed, it's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Mr. Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. You've seen the sketch drawn by an eyewitness. I have established that the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge. Means it's now a fact that this occurrence... Which means it's now a fact that this occurred. Something you should have already known.
No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. The body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. You should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright?
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple?
Are you serious, Trite?
You mean that this woman is...
There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole time. Will demeanor change so suddenly from yesterday? She's trying to pin this murder on mine. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand, her real name is... Claudia Hawthorne. I never thought I'd have to utter her name again. Your name again. Bean. Been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Hawthorne?
Her Iris has got a twin sister. And you're looking at it. It's Dahlia Hawthorne.
I'm remembering some bells. Different bells nonetheless.
It's your imagination, Gramps. The file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh yes, I remember now. That case, 5 years ago.
My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. The honor is all mine.
No, the honor is all mine. But according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne was already dead. Her execution was carried out last month.
True. So what?
Death has no meaning in this court. What?
Man, let me refill my water, man. It's out.
Order.
Wait a moment. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of... You of all people should already understand. After all, what if a master of the Korean channeling technique flows within that body?
The Korean channeling technique. Have I heard that?
That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. And in fact, I think I know who. But we'll get to that. What an exciting story. Exciting. Quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone? The very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was? Well, if they're going to put things that way, then yes.
Objection!
We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens? It's not a coincidence. Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions. Ah, what's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. Part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple.
2 of them.
Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time.
That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris.
The Iris who gave me this hood in the main gate hall was also the real Iris. And what the Iris sister Bikini saw in the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business? Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about it. However, only one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled. Would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. Pendulum over. Back. It was later that the body was moved by the detention. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the Iris. You with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, came to Huskar Temple's main hall. Found Iris in a room and arrested her. Ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. Not that I knew that. Phew, thank goodness. Looks like he's finally convinced. But something still seems off. Way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. No. Suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like, the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places. Yeah, switched places? To be perfectly honest, there's still quite a few things I don't understand. You know. Once we confirm the witness's identity, we can continue with this trial. It doesn't have the spiritual power needed to jump Dahlia. Means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, time she was arrested at Albuquerque Temple. Have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? Yes. There was one moment. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh, you played yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Who was it? You wouldn't give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that. Sorry, I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris a chance to move freely about was... Miles Edward. Sorry, Miles. This is Frederick, isn't it? Your Honor? There was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? There was, in fact, an earthquake. The earthquake! Oh my goodness, the inner temple! It's kind of shut right. Collapse it, God, my throat is so shot right now. How could I have... She fled. She escaped. Yeah, my throat is in pain. I hope we get to, like, a break in a second here. Into the inner temple right away. It is true. The Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling. Be quiet. Oh, it is. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice. I guess I'll have to ask again. On meeting a beautiful lady, I always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Dahlia Hawthorne. My current profession? Permanently retired. Huh. You're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? Well, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. What is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again. I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her, and for myself. Ooh, to be continued. There definitely is not going to be that much left, right? So, it's just part 2 of the trial, so I'm going to save. I'm going to be back momentarily, so I can go get more water, because my water bottle is already empty.
Man, it's a good thing I do not have any glasses. So I can actually do this. I can actually just stay up this ridiculously late. Because we're easily going to hit midnight. Without a doubt. No questions in my mind. We're going to hit midnight doing this. So, let's get back to it. I'm going to resave. But going in. Got probably like another hour? I don't know. Every time it's 1:06 p.m. District Court, Court number 7. I'll try to get through as quick as I don't know if I can. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? No witness? Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, let the witness learn the truth. I don't need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. You've seen what I have. Sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. It's about the plan that was carried out that night. Alright, the plan. The plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. It was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. I went wrong, but seemed to have succeeded anyway. So that means... Wait a minute. Did you say the plan was to kill Maya Fay? Yes. You have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, Troy. Oh, man. I've got a... if you've got a problem, solve it during the cross-examination. Well, Stricken Doe's correct. That's one of my rules as well. Kill Maya? Could it be true? Only gain with my death? We were executed last month, correct? Yes. Was hanged. Wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss the plan? You talked with Morgan Fay. Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. I was on death row and she was my mother. It's actually pretty easy to meet up with her. I see. That's how we discussed the plan. Huh. You crazy? First that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter. Well, to make Pearl Fay the master of Karain. A cold-fisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. Honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, we've been working on this plan. Mad, huh? We're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes. At first she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister, Iris. That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us have much spiritual power. Ah! That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father. Good. Abandoned? The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. This was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at the old temple. You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. How horrible! The real horrible one is that woman, a bitter, vengeful woman. It's her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. He was born with an abundance of spiritual power. Fortunately for her, Morgan Fay heaped all of the broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. Because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. My favorite person to die. Maya would have to die, but why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. Many descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Rose would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. That's sad. You still don't get it, do you?
Pearl wanted had nothing to do with this. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. I think she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. That's ridiculous! She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fey as well. Why could anyone do that? You're going to kill Maya? I didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions on the letter and channel me. I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead and there's nothing any of you can do to me. Your plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin. Mr. Iris Apothecary Temple. She and I look absolutely identical the moment they call us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. Yeah, the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night, but we ended up seeing Iris's crime anyway.
But why would you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she?
And sister? Don't make me laugh. Nothing but a backstabber. Couldn't care less about her.
Backstab?
Yeah, what? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway.
Oh, probably the old plan with the bridge or with the heist.
I think the plan was a success. You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. The title of Master will pass on to Pearl Fey. That's absurd. Maya's just... she's just trapped inside the Sacred Cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny. Don't call me that. You want to know the truth? Yes? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Okay, that's not the truth I was hoping for. Your snively naivete, and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fey's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. That's how you feel? Why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind of little soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. Then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act on my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. My own personal satisfaction. What did she say? So this woman, Elia Hawthorne. She had her own reason for wanting Maya dead. My goal was? Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fey. Helping? Don't make me laugh. The day I was born, the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious. You wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan? She was just using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal? All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That's the only way I could think of getting... the only way I could think of to get revenge. Revenge? I think I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. Can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya? Gotta keep a cool head. And get more information out of her. The only way to understand this plan and what she was after all as well. Things like that, stupid plan. It's definitely here. Mia? Maybe? Could it be? The actual had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself. As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore. I'm already dead. Well, I have the same problem, you see. Can't punish the dead. can't take revenge against them either.
You wanted to take revenge on someone?
There's sense to die because of that woman. Mia Fey. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, this revenge was impossible. I gave up.
And the reason it was impossible? Perhaps because Mia Fey had already died.
Yes. And I realized only one way to take revenge against the dead.
Well, how do you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, ego, lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loves most. To kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That's the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal was so different than that of Morgan Fey.
As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cool plant. Cold and heartless.
Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I already told you there's not a thing you can do to me. That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon boarding hood. I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. So, it was the least you knew who channeled her after all. The ridiculous had none. Never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back.
What did you do then?
That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What does that mean? No clear memory.
I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? At the last minute. Maya Fey must have stabbed me, I'm sure of it. That's not like her at all. I wouldn't stab a french fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. Before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that with a bitter end. When my memory temporarily stops.
It stops?
I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. Whatever this memory was. Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness.
You were in the sacred cavern?
The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I'd been trapped in there.
And how did you wind up in there?
I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself.
Oh, I guess you're one tough cookie.
I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But couldn't do it. Couldn't get out.
Big lock stopped you, huh?
I didn't know how to remove it.
And then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern?
Yes. I want to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. It's an easy. I couldn't interrupt it while I was working on it.
Interrupted?
It was early in the morning. Someone came into the training hall.
What? Who? Could have been Maya?
Probably Pearl. But the same thing. But I couldn't see. Why not? If you had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. I tried to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern.
That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Those without a cup of the hanging scroll and gravy. Still, we managed to remove the lock, but it was too late. What do you mean by that? That's what I started together. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I came to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. Needless, I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? That big earthquake. He showed up all by herself. The real Iris. Because she had come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I went from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. Kinda messed up. I couldn't think exactly what had happened. I assumed that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan had succeeded? I misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed it was Pearl Fey. Of course you would have assumed that. Those were the instructions. But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was Misty Fey. Picture book author. What? Well, it's the only possibility, isn't it? It lost consciousness in the garden. It was her body that was left lying there. Yeah? Maya Fey. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. Even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. And that is? Matricide. The sin of killing her own mother. Ugh. No way! Well, I'm feeling right now, dude. An order, hold in the court. What is the meaning of this? True that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey. Even so, who actually snuffed out Misty Fey's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Ridiculous! Nonsense! I'm sure about that. Just think about it. Even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What? What do you mean? What's the so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is ridiculous. Able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, only one place she could be. Where? I have to spill it out? The bottom of the Eagle River, where else? The Eagle River? What if I killed her long-lost mother? Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? She threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. I mean, Phoenix Island was fine. What do you have to say now, Beanie? Don't tell me that. Oh, Is that Godot's ringtone? Because that's not Phoenix's. He's the samurai ringtone. Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. What kind of a ringtone is that? Godot here. Okay, thanks. Was it something important? I just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great! What about Maya? Well, there was a woman in the cave. Was it my face? Who's the accused? It's her Iris. Huh? You look so surprised. I left her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern. No! It can't be. Another thing I know where Maya is. I told you, didn't I? He's dead. No. No! No! It seems that this case has come to an end. Tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of the least name was Mr. Fay. It was her own daughter, Maya Fay. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fay jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River. Can't be. Huh? Yep. Right. You ever heard this one? To eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem. What's that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Cadet? According to this witness, Maya Fay threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, someone testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means that Maya threw herself into the river. It must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge. That's right. Where she jumped from. Nah. That's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, right? Relax, think through the whole thing again. He is right. Oh, it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into the Eagle River. Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hoffman claims Miss Fay threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim? The map. The map. It's possible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago. You jumped in the very same river. Take a look at this overhead map. Every time I do, it makes me laugh. As you can see, the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh! You're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. Ah. Oh. Huh. Please finally figured it out. You... No! Yeah, I know exactly where she is, too. Exactly where she is. Order. You're just playing with me. My face body's at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? To eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth? Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Fay wasn't inside the sacred cavern. Now I know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. Eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What? What's this one possibility you were talking about? That's obviously a bluff. Where's her dead body then? Oh, it ain't dead. Finally. The pieces are falling into place. The living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. What did I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Tell you where Maya Fay is this very instant? Maya Fay is in this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. What? Maya Fay's here? You said she's in my courtroom. Yes. Dahlia Hawthorne? I thought she was in a weird outfit. I seem to recall that you said. I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. Well, at this very moment. Who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fay. That pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong.
Pearls tried, but she couldn't do it. I've never failed at channeling someone. It's the first time it's happened. Is there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? If they happen to something else without you channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did? But who? Pearl even tried again the day after the crime. But she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clear to you right about now, am I correct? Ah! It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. Ooh. 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 I wonder who it could be. It was Maya. It was Maya. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it. And Misty Faye is gone. Only one possibility left. Come on already. I can't stand the tension. Maya Hawthorne? The person channeling you right now must be Maya Faye. What? No! But how can that be? Remember what was witnessed Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal? She said her goal was to kill Maya Faye. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone who was trying to kill her... Huh. No Gramps, what would happen? Could be. Looks like you finally understand. No, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. There's only one reason. To protect herself. From you! To protect yourself? From me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Faye. The path back to Hazakura was closed off, and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where might be the safest place to hide? You mean, she channeled me. All this time, you thought you'd been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. No. Don't say that. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, played for a fool for that little whelp? And if she killed herself, isn't it obvious? No. But no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. Or that Maya could disappear from the Inner Temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world could never have come up with a plan like that. Would have ever given her such a brilliant idea. Well, me, of course. Mia? Mia Faye. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. The Toad's like, I don't know what's going on. So it's true. It was you. Yes. Huh. You're something else. What? What are you doing here? The hair. It's Pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You just cornered Maya in the Inner Temple Garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Faye. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did? Not terribly surprising that she was about to be killed. Yeah, honestly. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help. So she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she could do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course. I don't have all the details. But one thing was perfectly clear. And what was? I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time. I wrote down two things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible. Lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. It was Maya who put that lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those two things? If she hadn't done it, Talia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. They won Pearl Fey. Pearls? Yes. Bill didn't properly understand the plan. All she was trying to do was follow her mother Morgan Fey's instructions. She had succeeded in channeling Talia Hawthorne's spirit. Things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Talia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds that was the intent all along. How dare you? I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Talia Hawthorne? The little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes. Another failure to add to the pile of shame, did you say? What do you mean, another? Think about it, Talia. Remember all your past crimes? Single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago? The fake kidnapping? Your very first crime? You got your hands on $2 million on a $2 million diamond, but after Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth. That wasn't my fault. It was that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, a year later, he tried to kill me. Well, I was still alive, but you ended up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You like that smug, happy-go-lucky smile on your face. And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you. You fake. You fake. You fake. You fake. You spinster. Supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. If only you hadn't gotten the spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict. I wouldn't have been hanging to... or I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Talia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? When you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between. You will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all eternity. Yeah. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you. Because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on. Forever. Very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there's no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed. The narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you was burnt to a crisp. You... Oh... You're... wrong. It can't be. How could I used to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Ah! Ah! I... Oh, dang. That's new. I'm not ready. Not ready to go. Well, sucks to suck. Hey, the Nagatama symbol.
Ah, flashing light warning. Bye-bye. Okay, that's nice. Yeah. Sis? Yeah, that sounds about right. Now then, I assume you are a real Iris.
Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern.
Well, I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? Did you ask me, Your Honor? Looks like she went back to hell. Who the hell she came from? Seems that Misty Faye was the only victim in this crime. Dahlia Faye as well as the young Pearl Faye. Also victim to this wicked, selfish plan.
Yes, Your Honor.
The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone to know, for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again.
Your Honor?
Yes, what is it?
About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost worth how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now.
Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. Often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concentrated effort to study up on the Korean channeling technique.
Hey, is that the New Year's issue of Occult?
I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. In all that time, I've finally learned this one thing. Each case is different. It takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where brother and I used to differ.
Never thought of it that way.
At any rate, firm fast judgment in the case of Iris at Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
Oh god. Good dog. Don't make this last any longer than it has to.
God. Oh boy, we're about to speed through this, aren't we?
A little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot?
This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. What? Right. What this evil spirit said in her testimony? Huh? Dahlia's testimony. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hoffman was about to attack Dahlia, she was stabbed and killed by someone.
Yes, that's right.
The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Misty Min. No, Misty Faye. But, who killed her? We still don't know who did it. This isn't over? Oh boy. Someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. Don't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocence. No way.
But what isn't prepared for any further testimony?
Prosecution's ready to call a final witness.
Final witness?
That'll clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye.
Indeed.
Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney.
Very well then. Who's this final witness?
Isn't it obvious? Only one person who saw the whole event and put the final dagger in this case.
Someone who saw the murder take place?
The person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You. You mean Maya? You can't. She can't testify to what she's been through. We need to find the truth. Prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. Oh boy.
Very well. But first, we'll take a brief reset. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before supper. We can see the doctor's permission. We will proceed with the trial.
Hey, right. I got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It was the same with you. Somehow managed to just sweep by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save me. You've got some nerve. That's not gonna happen this time. This time, you're gonna have to do this by yourself. That's enough. This court is now in recess. Alright. Well then. February 10th, 2:56 p.m. District Court, Lobby number 1. I'm truly sorry about everything. You're working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day and I didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. Iris at the training hall yesterday. They already switched places. Iris was oh my god. The Iris was inside the sacred cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. Something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? You had tried to get help at the Sacred Cavern yesterday. You didn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister, I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from her father either. Yes, but it's the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini who was like a mother to me. And Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. She was always so smart, so strong, never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. You're talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But as usual, it was too cowardly. Last minute I ran away. Was it bad? Well, your stepsister, Valerie, ended up... That was the case that wounded me so badly. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean. Yes. 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, getting too close to learning the truth. He even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You. That's right. Oh my god. That... I never put that together. Wow. Okay. The Diego Armando from Case 1 is the same Diego Armando from Case 4 that was with us. Wow. Alright then. There's one more thing that I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Mr. Nim, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night after I rang the lights out, though, I went back to my room. Around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the Inner Temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed to the Inner Temple, but... the Inner Temple was cut off, or the path to the Inner Temple was cut off, right? Exactly. I can't just leave the body here. So you gotta do this exactly as I say, got it? Yeah, swing it over. So that's how pendulums work, so it does make sense. It's me. Weapon that receives your body. The weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. That this police always held. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. Oh boy. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't leave anything that would lead back to Missy Faye.
So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the Shichishito. I took the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Oh. Iris. Iris, tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called yourself the real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. Oh boy. Subscribe? If you don't, I'll delete you. I'm a bot, and please don't ask. I'm going to assume probably a bot. But also... What? I'm so confused. No? Oh, okay then. And Mama Luigi! Oh god, no. Not Mama Luigi, anything but that. Defendant! Yes? Judge is calling. He wants to see you in the chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hobble. Alright. Nothing. I'll see you later. Thing I want to tell you. Oh, okay. Let's tell me. So it's true. I was perfect with the real killer. Even from the very beginning. Phoenix. Mia! How's Maya doing? Physically? I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. Emotionally? You're very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean, you learned who Alicia really was? Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? I think it's stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The battle's about to restart. The real killer? You know who it is yet? She would tell me who called her, but still. I think that just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple. The criminal was just there by wasn't just there by accident. You know, actually that did happen. I was gonna say that did actually happen. But he technically wasn't a lawyer at the time. Which means the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. One more thing. The victim was moved to Hasakura Temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. At least they were stuck on the inner temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly. The culprit. Someone that wasn't in Hasakura Temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win, or lose. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's time to bring this case to an end. Why didn't Maya see any of it? Who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me. All by myself. To be continued. Well, we're gonna go way over. It's a lot longer than I thought it would be. Alright, I need to back it down. I've already gone through like most of my water, so I will be back one last final time. Look at your profile picture and bio. It do be a Luigi, though. Bio on there, that's gonna be a little bit more work to get to. Gotta look at the page to look. It will beat you in Wii Sports. Luigi, August 21st, 2021. That was only a couple days ago. Wow. Wii Sports, though, huh? It's a really specific game choice. I see, it's Luigi flipping you off. Great time, great time. Oh boy. Alright. Man, this has definitely been one of those situations where I should have just said we'll do it tomorrow. Oh boy. Oh well. Because at this point, there's no reason to stop. We gotta just keep going. So, let's do it. Like, there's no way we're not super close to the end here. So this is probably gonna be like the last bit, I assume. Oh boy. February 10th, 3:36 p.m. District Court, Courtroom number 7. No, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the result of the test we had performed earlier. Tests? Yes, the test on the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh, yeah, that. I totally forgot about it. That's the weapon that my Faye used when she followed the victim. What are the results? Is it the victim's blood, or... Due to time constraints, the full test was impossible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Whose was it? Dagger updated in the court record. Ooh. Huh. Well, I'm sure both the defense and prosecution know this. This trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. What I've heard, witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. Let's finish this quickly. I agree, let's finish this quickly. We're well over. Agreed. Very well. Please bring in the last witness. That's okay. It's okay to be over. Witness. You still has your name and profession. Faye? Profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Fight & Co. offices. Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, according to the magazine I have here, we're a spirit medium of the Grand Channeling technique. I'm frightened. Hey, Clan, I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, yeah. I think the Fey bloodline causes much to be unbearable. Oh my god. Must be unbearable. Jeez, I can read. Very well. Now then, this way. Event occurred, we were in the garden of the inner temple, and we witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Nim's murder. Is this correct? I
Objection!
don't see any... Straighten up, this instant, young lady. What? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. But Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. Harsh, but true. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You're watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out. You've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. It's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please. Yes, Your Honor. Hey. At the inner temple. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and I ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me.
That's when I lost consciousness.
So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been with the staff.
Maya, person who hit you. Was it Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? Or it was like it, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was.
Maya, think hard.
I'm sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't.
Can't say it wasn't especially good. Oh my god. Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems it'll be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination.
Maya, hang in there. Doesn't look well at all.
I mean, to be fair, her mother literally got stabbed and murdered right in front of her. Kinda messed up.
Passing through the garden.
The way to a spare prep room when it happened.
Who else was on the inner temple side that night? Well, Sister Bikini, of course. But I never seen that Iris would be coming later as well. Day after the incident, I sure bet Bikini had Kazuka a temple. I mean, she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later, like she said? Well, let me think.
I'm confused. Not because she's so tired.
No, I'm sure I didn't see her. Must have come while I was preparing for the training.
Struck me over the head? Who did it? Who hit you?
Well, let's see who it was. I sit from behind.
You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you.
How could you not see who it was? Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember.
Just having a hard time. I do. Press harder. Come on, Maya.
This is not making sense.
Why didn't you see this person?
Well, let me think. It was, oh yeah, that's right. It was dark, that's it.
It was dark.
It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training.
Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was... Oh man, so it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime. That's why she didn't see her attacker.
I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not.
Judging by the testimony thus far, the attacker was most likely the spirit that was channeled by Elise Dunin, Talia Hoffman. Very well, please continue the testimony. What happened after you were struck in the head?
Somebody else with a lantern. Well, what happened afterwards? Like, the attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape, I think.
You think?
After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. The two things rolling around in my mind at the time.
Well now, this is beginning to get interesting.
So what were the two things rolling around in your mind? My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. Oh, it's odd, considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was.
It's not odd at all. Your actions were understandable in the circumstances. So, what did you do then?
You guys screamed, "Help me?" You think you screamed, but you're not sure? Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes.
I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope.
Wow, the poor little Maya really was out of her mind. I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Do I press harder? My last hope? What do you mean?
Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope?
No.
That's what you said. You said my last hope. Huh? What? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me." Yeah? But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know, that's like... What do you call it when that happens?
Maya's not doing so well up there.
Oh, yeah, Oh, that's right. I remember now.
I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming at for help. Ah! What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh?
Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person.
I am. Well, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done?
Huh. It's a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say.
A ton of pressure.
You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. Put it under your testimony.
Alright. I can see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern. I'm gonna stop you right there, Maya. That's not true at all. The stone lantern wasn't lit. Is that on here? Yeah, there was no light on it. So there was a man standing behind your attacker. Yeah. That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed the Dl6 Incident. Otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. The killer? Maya? You know who killed your mother, don't you?
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. She hasn't noticed a huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? Maya? On the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? Yeah. It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. No. Oh boy.
Order in the court. Mr. Godot, explain this.
Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. Use the state of the witness's mind right now. At the cafe au lait. Lot? Oh.
Cafe au lait?
Olay?
Is that even legal?
That's not like that. Mr. Trite's words are the milk, you are the spoon. Your Honor.
I'm a spoon. I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know.
Must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. But hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not gonna cut it. Back and stop? The coffee is good go? Oi? Hi. The coffee ease? There we go, coffee ease. Coffee knees? Coffee knees? I think that's what Phoenix said earlier, was coffee knees. But hello! Oh, this trial's gonna take forever. What did you say? There truly was no light in the garden. There's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick? May I? All the witness's statements about her attacker. Wow, my throat, man. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet... I mean, that's fair. He has a lot of coffee metaphors. The witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker. She quite clearly described him as a man. Ah. In other words, that would have meant that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No! Why are you so surprised, Maya?
Order. What does this all mean, Mr. Wright? You sank this face of the real killer into the pitch black conditions.
Objection!
That's right. You have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? Well, the light source at the scene. There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, You're trying to cover for it. Cover? For the man that killed her mother. There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Please. I don't know anything. Please. Begging you. Huh. Like a good game, Strike. Let's see if you can walk the walk. It's pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't. Please, stop. Get away with anything short of murder in the courts? Honestly, though, they kind of can. I mean, Francisca literally whipped the judge many times, and the witnesses, and the other attorneys. They can do anything they want. They don't. No one cares. The judge doesn't care. He's dead set on protecting this guy. Then he murdered Maya's long-lost mother, but I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. All right, Mr. Wright. Time to show us what you've got. It was the part that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness. Oh boy. Yes, he's thrown multiple. Many cups of coffee have been thrown. Well, it definitely couldn't have been Edgeworth. He was in a different country. The Reese was on our side of the bridge. Gumshoe wasn't there yet. There's only one other man that we know of. And I don't know if I believe it. But it does make sense that she would be able to see him. And the glow of his visor is red. We've seen it before when there was a power outage way earlier in this game. In like case 2 or something, there was a power outage. And Godot's visor was glowing still. I don't know if I believe it though. It was pitch black. Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? What? But how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. This is... but it can't be. Huh. Yep. That's a nice bit of deduction. Sure, right. Well, everyone? This is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Really? Order, order, order! Prosecutor Godot, what's the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Must they? I want to say the last one he threw at me said was cold coffee, so that's good. The first one, though, Phoenix, was like... It almost makes it... It's a little bit second-degree burns. I think it was like, I don't know if I should be happy or concerned on this is only going to give me second-degree burns. Why aren't you denying it? Huh. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? You got a question. Ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya? How about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, yes. Answer the question. You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya. You're not the person that said my mother was a man. For a totally different reason. What? Witness! Mr. Wright, what the... Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? It was worth asking. Ask the witness. It's one of my rules. Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please, tell us how you knew the killer was a man. Yes, Your Honor. It wasn't until after I woke up, but... So great theory. Someone that I know was playing this, Ever ago. This was years ago at this point. I don't even know what they're up to anymore. And they came up with the theory that I prescribed to. They had two theories. One, someone is just pushing the coffee across, like Gumshoe or something. Because that's something Gumshoe would do, for sure. Gumshoe would just push the coffee across the table, like that. Or he does it himself. He just, like, extends his arm way over and, like, throws it and, like, slaps his arm up against the side so it looks cool in frame. Something like that. I like both of those ideas. They're both great. Honestly, it was probably Gumshoe. I want to say that's probably, like, officially confirmed or something. Considering the confetti is confirmed to be Gumshoe, thanks to the manual of Ace Attorney 2. But that came too. It was just lying there on the training hall floor. We got back to the garden. The place had totally changed. The torches were lit and the body was gone. All the store on the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Yeah, honestly. Because the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. Well, that's very sexist of you, Maya. But a woman couldn't have done all that? After the crime took place, the witness came to think the killer was a man. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor. No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said. We're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you'd be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it does seem too much of a stretch to assume that the culprit was a man. Doesn't seem too much of a stretch. I'm sorry. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. King 2 is when you were in the training hall. 4. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden? Is that right? Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. So then, the person that carried you to the inner temple, it could have only been the killer. That's what I think, too. So the killer carried my end to the inner temple. Why? So when I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. I mean... Pearl should have been over there, too, though. That's what's so confusing here. It's... like, Pearl was there. On that side as well. But I don't know what she would have been doing at the time. Other than trying to channel. Actually, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. Why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? Must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. I don't know. Looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. Torches were lit? The torches were lit. But yes, that's why I noticed the whole scene had changed. I'm going to say it was the killer who lit the torches. Who else could be? The killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible, but when you cover up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true. I don't see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. Every time he does that animation, he just finishes coffee and water the refill. Oh, the slam down one or a different one? The person that was at the inner temple. Maya. Oh, very well. Let me hear some more about the condition of character. Oh, the side cop. Ah, okay. Side. Same thing. It's okay. Everyone makes mistakes. All the snow is removed? So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern. There was a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use. An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why would anyone want to take snow away? There's something I can think of. Did you think that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah. The area I collapsed ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation.
Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. I could have just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it. There's no need to remove that amount.
That's true. I could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood.
Looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue.
But I think this will help explain them. Was the person that did all that work? I just assumed it was a man. I guess, but But you're saying that you never saw the killer, right? Yes. Really, you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker. Nick, I'm sorry. I certainly went through a lot of trouble. Moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. For what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Lying down the shooting floor hall. Guess that totally changed. Actually, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. Why did the killer tamper with the crime scene with that? Must have been something the killer desperately wanted to hide. The trick is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. He's outraged when someone pours too much cream or sugar in their coffee, in his opinion. They're desecrating the holy drink that is coffee. Honestly, I could see Kato being mad that you put creamer in your coffee. He seems the kind of guy that drinks like 13 cups of black coffee in an hour. Pure black coffee, just the bean. Honestly, he seems the kind of guy that would just eat the coffee beans. Yes, I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence from my sake.
What? Hiding it for you?
Everyone knew that I was the only one in the inner temple that night. Sister Bikini come back and looked at the garden. She may have thought that you had done it.
Oh, she definitely would have thought so. You were saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened.
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Ooh. Oh, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. Just for my sake, to clean up the evidence? Well, there's a problem with that, Maya. They missed a piece. The body of Elisa Nin was carried all the way to the Masakura Temple courtyard. And at the garden, the real scene of the crime. Snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd.
Oh? What would that be?
That was Edgeworth's point, whatever. Must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. The message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. Ah. The killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion. Then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern?
Ah! Right. Order, order, order. But, Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene?
Indeed. It doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow. Then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
Objection!
Objection! But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? I have an idea too. And I don't like the idea. Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what this killer's plan was. It's the fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. Must be a reason.
Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern?
The killer didn't notice it. Prosecutor Godot, during this trial, you gave me some good advice. You eliminate the impossible. Whatever remains must be the truth. If you're not as dumb as I thought. It looks like I wanted to disguise the fact that the crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense.
Torches are all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. Right. There is no way any normal person would.
What? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright?
Only one person involved in this great incident. Who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether?
Who would that be? Who's the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing?
I don't know. Probably the guy that didn't notice it when he presented it in court. I'm sorry, Godot. I still don't believe he did anything wrong here. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm the idiot. Mr. Godot, that's what you said yesterday.
My eyesight is pretty messed up. You know, these huge goggles on my head. I still can't see everything.
This is true. You did say that.
We can't see everything. Is that correct, Mr. Godot?
This lantern was submitted as evidence to me. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented.
This lantern has something written on it. Why? It's written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle.
Yeah? Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before. In the poisoning case at Trey Bien.
Did we?
Oh yeah! It was the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time. Somehow spilled coffee on it.
Something's still bothering you, Mr. Godot. I did not explain the bloodstain to the court.
Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be?
Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron.
That's ridiculous. Don't tell me anything about a bloodstain. I forgot about that. That was like basic, I think. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. I mean, that's not really how colors work, if I'm being honest. Red, like ketchup and blood would have different colors. And therefore, the spectrum of red, I mean, I guess like the entire spectrum of red would be removed from his vision, but that doesn't really make sense because that's not how red works. But, you know what, like, he would be able to, like, faintly see different shades of red, for sure. Only that particular shade, unless he has blood-colored the red visor. Huh. It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, I'm not the only one that can't see them.
So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern?
Of course not. Hey, Gramps. Didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. I don't know if that makes sense, but okay. I'm not sure about it until now. I just can't believe it. Mr. Godot is the murderer? But, it's not going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Listing In, also known as Miss Misty Fang.
It's hard to believe this may be true. Once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you.
Right, well... I mean... I guess... I'm just saying, like, that's not a reason. To me, at least. Like, he'd be able to see the tea, because you can tell there's a liquid in there. That's not how color works. Actually. Well, I don't know. I guess the idea is like if you had like red tinted glasses, right, it like tints your vision red. That's the idea. Is his goggles are red, so it's tinted. So his vision is tinted red. So anything that's red anything red on a white background, because white would easily tint to red, would kind of blend in. But that's also just not how colors work at all.
So that doesn't really make sense, but we'll go with it. We'll go with it. We'll just pretend like that's not how color works. God, it's like a Door Monster bit about color blindness, where the joke was the person is literally colorblind to green, in the sense that anything that's green, they literally cannot see. Like, it just is completely invisible. And then they cap it off with a wonderful green screen joke. It was actually really funny. But highly recommend that channel. They make some really funny stuff. They do some really good sketches. But that was literally like, that's basically what Godot is saying. It's like, if it's red, it's literally invisible to him. That's not how color blindness works. That's not how colors work. Well, you know, that's fine. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, perhaps. Come on. That was a little graffiti make me into the killer. Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich, do go on strike. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. No. How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If you wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not just take out that area? Yes, why didn't you just take out that area? Ah, could it be? Yes. The killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow, and so he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Wasn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torch is wrong, but he would have been able to just see fine. See just fine. It seems. But once again, Sparrow has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. I would agree with that. You explain this, Mr. Godot.
Hold it!
I assume it was Maya. Yeah.
Wait just a minute.
Maya? What is it, witness?
Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the Inner Temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after the old bridge got fixed up.
Maya. You can't testify to something like that.
Why? What do you mean?
Whoops.
Eek.
After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't? I am afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right.
Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me.
Maya. You plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. It means we're going to hear the whole truth. I say we should not silence her. Huh. Nicely done, Trite. Very well. Let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder.
Yes, sir. When I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearly was there in the Inner Temple, too.
This is true. She was there. After the incident.
Pearly was also stuck in the Inner Temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. Next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearly first and cheered her right up.
Who is this Pearly?
That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye.
When did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office.
Terribly sorry. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
What? Come on. They would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be.
Real smart, Maya. These are the best things to say when you're under oath. Huh. Prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Godot! Let's just move on to the cross-examination. Defense has no objections.
This is highly unusual, but... Mr. Wright?
Get this cross-examination started. Man, I think I'm smug for this. He's like, oh, I got this. Alright. I was also talking about trouble that night. That's true. Where do you think Pearl slept that night? In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. It's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training.
But even so, how did she get into the temple in the first place?
It seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya. She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense. Pearls was supposed to channel Maya Harfang. She couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the inner temple. However, Maya Harfang was already there, possessing the body of a least who knew. That's why you checked around but couldn't find her. You're seeing her inner temple side. End? Well, you see, really gets pretty scared when she's alone. There weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times. The temple site has two structures, a training hall and a spare prep room. And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it. Oh, a storage shack, too. I was looking for other people, right? Did she really examine the storage shack all that carefully? Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate.
Since it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack.
Staying the bridge was finally fixed. I was sitting here the sound of them working on the bridge. What do you mean? I was just wondering why he would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge. Well, Lily said she was sleeping at the time, but she was so scared during the night. She couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times.
What a little girl. Not alone like that.
Well, but she had at least one friend in the sacred gathering. Dahlia Harper was busy battling with the trick. She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls. It happened after the bridge was finally fixed. But Mr. Godard to the Inner Temple for the first time. So, it was your first time on the Inner Temple side, Mr. Godard. That's funny. Imagining things, or the defense asking me a question.
That's alright. You save the question for the witness.
What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor.
Touche, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godard?
At night's an even harder coffee. That's what I always say. If it have been for this case, I would have visited there. Freezing cold temple in the mountains. I think I'll pass. We had never visited Housecur Temple or the Inner Temple, huh? You want to say something, Droid? In any case, I have to find a crack in Godot's armor. Let's examine Maya, that is.
Very well. Please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the Inner Temple side, right?
Yes, then Mr. Godot. I'm pretty first and cheered her right up. Any blood left in your coffee? Right? That man runs on blood. Or not on blood, that man runs on coffee, not blood. His heart pumps pure coffee beans. he cheered her up? That's what Pearly said. She said she was a very nice older gentleman. He was. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot.
And here I was, thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict.
Huh. Cut it out. You're making me blush. It's really beginning to get on my nerves. Where's the on? Truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the Inner Temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-toothed combs, so I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way. Godot style.
I'm the same way. I'd like to hand down verdicts in my own way. Judge style.
Maybe I should ask some questions. Phoenix style. I don't know about Godot's investigation. You conducted an investigation in Rome. Did you find anything? It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trite. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so to speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty?
Misty Fey, naturally. Found in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue aroma of Western tastes.
Western tastes. Is that a stranger way of describing gravy?
So, where are you headed for the prepper?
Wait a sec. What did I say just now? I think I just found this proverbial weak spot. There's one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the inner temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed the least in him. Okay, the next morning, she looked around and couldn't find anyone. The bridge was finally fixed. She was in the spare room. At the temple for the first time. That is not accurate. That was actually... Thank you, Phoenix. That was actually a really good clue. I did not catch that, actually. Thankfully, the game likes to give hints. Mr. Godot. The first time you crossed Dusky Bridge, you went to the inner temple. Long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because you just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall.
The hanging scroll?
But... Mr. Godot's right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya? I know you know who it is. Here's something you didn't know. The time the bridge had been repaired, 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this.
What's this? What's that wonderfully delicious smell?
Morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? I like gravy, Nick. This gravy was much more than a condiment to the culture. Well, Mr. Godot, if he hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, he wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Fey. That's technically not entirely true. But wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look at the top. There's a crest there. Ah, that's the mark of the Master, correct? Exactly. If you know the meaning of the mark,
Well, you could guess that the picture was of Misty Fey on there.
true. But Mr. described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew that what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding in the inner temple long before the crime took place. I just don't understand why.
I ask you just one thing, one little thing, Troy.
What is it?
A little theory of yours. It's on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed.
That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene.
Of course Mr. Godot knew about the plan.
Huh?
What did you say? Sorry? What? Is it possible that another person knew this plan?
Oh god. Ooh. Yeah! The burnt letter. Pearl knew about it. This plan was actually planned over a year ago. Faye authored the plan for her daughter's future. These instructions were hidden somewhere in the Faye Manor for a year. However, by the time little Pearls found these instructions, they'd already been unsealed. I almost forgot about that fact.
Unsealed?
Yes. Killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. But you still insist this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. You just said that the instructions were hidden. That's right. Mr. couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If you really wanted to know, one great chance to find out.
Yes. What?
During a visit. That visit, Morgan Faye told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden.
Eavesdropping on a visit to the detention center.
Yes, it could be arranged if you were in someone with easy access in and out of it. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot. The plot thickens.
Order, order, order! Mr. Godot, you're under fire again.
This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. You were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder.
Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, are fascinated and bewitched by it. That's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee.
That's what I was asking, but what does that mean?
It means there's a reason for everything. Under your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped. A conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of this just to protect this witness.
That's right.
You're really accusing me of this crime. I have to ask, why would I do this?
But I want to know.
This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I'm certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. Killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect his witness's life. His behavior is still a little too unnatural.
However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. They knew it. Figured it out, haven't you, Nick?
Maya,
Guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. Same reason, huh?
okay, Trite. I'm all ears.
Very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to me.
What's this?
There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. Inextricably. Whatever. It's me. That's all. I don't know. It's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister.
Mia Fey?
You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney.
Wait a second here. Mr. Godot's defense attorney.
Your Honor's piercing intellect. You must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right?
Last time someone called me by that name, 6 years ago. Diego Armando? That rings a bell.
It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, we couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there's one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Fox killed himself. Balls.
Mia. Can't cry yet.
I remember that. That was like a crazy what the fuck moment.
When a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
I was so confused when he did that. I still am.
I was moved by her. She put all her faith into her clients. You're a sweetheart of hers. That's why. Never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Right? You and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. And one fateful day, you wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in the courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspaper at the time called it a murder. Information about the case was released in the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official report ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down. Life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. The woman's poison had a good number on my central nervous system. Lost my sight. And when my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. That's terrible. Honestly, the white hair? It's a look for him, though. Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. Years had passed since I drank that poison brew. And one morning, my eyes flew open. Smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years! This possible news was waiting for me. Leah Faye was dead. The very moment I opened my eyes, I had lost everything I thought I had. What I loved had been murdered. Well, that's sad. The woman I loathed was sentenced to death. The woman you loathed? Of course it was coffee. Was anything else out there? The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Huh. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. Got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. That's so sad. Someone like me? Someone who had swept away their best days? 2 reasons left to live. It's for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? First was you, right? Huh? Me? I didn't drink that stupid poison. Faye never would have died, much less the way she did. You're the only one who was there to protect her. You let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were. So that's why I became a prosecutor. That was reason for living. It was by the name of Maya Faye. Huh? Me? You're the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, the Rain Village incident was resolved. It was obvious that Morgan Faye was planning something. Whatever evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. Pearl's prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. I knew the plan. I thought I could foil it. Pearl stayed with the plan. Thought if I could do that, keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Rose had known that the actual plan, the actual person plan was to kill Maya, I never would have helped out. Finally, there the plan was drawing near. I contacted both my accomplices. Accomplices? Your supposed Kurt Temple and Misty Faye. Especially needed the help of Iris. Just take the fall on my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Faye. But how did you contact my mother? You've been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What? What do you mean, officially? You've heard about it, haven't you? Strong ties between the main family and the government. Why don't you mention it? He did say something about a fact. But the Master of Terrain had great authority. Without an official position, Misty Faye still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. So I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. So my mother was cooperating with you? I'll never forget. No matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. As always. That's why. I knew she would do anything to protect you. Want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was? Look at her staff. Her staff? What disordered it? The plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. The first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She would have used that sword to protect you from Morgan Fay if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Mother? Dang. That night, the night of the crime, just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean pearls, don't you? You had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, Pearl, what are you gonna do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. That's not even close, but whatever. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up. She was buried in Palamidi Inner Temple. That was the thing we were most afraid of. That's why. Mr. had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What? What do you mean? She channeled the spirit first. She also wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master Karain, Mr. Faye's power was supreme. That's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to. Nani? Masaka? What? Is this true? My only plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt my Faye. That's why it messed up at the Inner Temple. Just in case you needed to be safe with Dahlia Hawthorne. You don't. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to, right? Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're gonna have to do the rest yourself. The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? 2 possible suspects right now. Hey, Faye? Glad to say, you, Mr. Godot. Of course it was Godot at this point. That's right. The real deal. Finish this thing once and for all. There's beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish on your own. No, Nick. Please don't. Maya. I heard the whole thing. My sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. And me too. Maya, I know that. Nick? But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Oh, Miss Faye, testimony, please. With a final testimony. While they're trying to hide anything. Because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. Sure, you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. Oh, from Maya. Alright, young lady. What's about the moments before you lost consciousness? Wow, it's gonna be like almost 2. It's already 1. Jeez. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? You doing? This should be. I mean, this is the final thing, right? So we should be good. Time of the murder. This is where it happened. I think I saw some red blood. Ah! God. Thank you, Gamer69. One of these days, I will be prepared for that. Alright. Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights, 3 of them. I mean, asked for help, but just that I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead, though. She struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. After that, I collapsed and I lost consciousness.
These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them.
Sorry. Well, I thought I saw them, but they disappeared all of a sudden.
Huh.
Things break right, even in the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? But you still can't prove it. I say the truth this time, I know it. It's up to me. Well then, Mr. Wright. Continue with your final cross-examination of the witness. Oh, God. Alright. Before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. Lights shining in the dark. I don't think you can make a mistake about that. Yeah, right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure that they were from Mr. Godot's mask either. I don't think she's covering for him anymore, but... That's not. After that, you turned towards the lights and called for help. Is that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Godot's mask? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time. But I can't remember, after all. It was the person I couldn't identify in front of me. Lana's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly. Alright then, let's go over the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights? I thought I'd ask for help, but still was splattered with blood. Okay. That blood. Was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood? I think so. Probably. Just that moment. I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It's a woman's voice. I could have stabbed the victim from behind with the murder weapon. Is that right? Not a doubt. I was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that? She wasn't dead though? She struck back. Struck back? How do you know? Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly, but I could tell by the sounds of the breathing and movement, and also the smell of blood. You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should ever have to in one night. So then, what did you do at that point? I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but no idea what to do. Did you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier? Yes, I think so, but yeah, then the red lights went out. The red lights went out and the whole area went dark. They went out? Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all. What could it mean? The lights were coming from Godot's mask. They went out right in the middle of a fight? Maybe the mask was damaged? Maybe it was knocked off. Or maybe batteries ran out. Right, Troy? Maybe those little red pinhead-looking lights just stopped working. Could it really happen? Just that moment, there was a horrible scream. What do you mean by just at that moment? You mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. You know, you heard them? Was it Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice. What? So then, the scream came from the killer? That's gotta be it. I think Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. So that'll just scream of pain, huh? After that, the killer saw the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess. Well, Mr. Wright, seems to make sense to me. Sounds like a reasonable deduction. I wonder. There's definitely a contradiction. Sorry to say this, but that interpretation would get an enormous contradiction. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. That's really sad. Remember the testimony she just gave before the killer let out a scream? I said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Is that right? He couldn't have struck back with the sword. That was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. I think I know what it is. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Troy. The one thing I could think of could have been used as the weapon here. Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, but she had used to strike back at the killer. The dagger! Covered in blood that we don't know. But naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Playing Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well. Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood of the dagger could have been from the victim. Not likely. Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere in his body. You're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. The DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Troy. Order in the court! Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Huh. Let me ask you something, Troy. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There's already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes. What does that prove? If they really were the killer, they could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. That's... it can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Troy. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What? Dang. In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness. Continue testimony. Wait a minute. What's the problem? I probably shouldn't say this, but... there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya? This dagger? You said that it wounded the killer? That's right. But... Mr. Godot had really been caught with the dagger. His clothes should be bloody, a rip in them, right? Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes. That'd solve the contradiction pretty easy. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder? Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there. Ah, that's right. Once the bridge was fixed and the police had headed for the inner temple. Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Ah! Ah! Order in the court. What the witness is saying is... well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Eh. The judge just take smart pills during this last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder? That way he wouldn't get any blood on them. That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. Eh. After a few minutes with no clothes on, he'd be frozen solid. Ah! Huh. That's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Yeah. Right now, if they were here... yeah, if they were here... close the book on this case already. Do me a favor here. So come on, Trike, can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? You accuse Mr. Godot of being the killer. Can you prove it? You got even one piece of evidence. I do. The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it. Huh. That's good. Right into the bitter end, right? Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, let me go for the unlimited penalty. Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. Got one piece of evidence I need. The save button. I don't trust myself. Give me a break. You got nothing, Troit. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach it from a different angle. Alright then, Mr. Wright. Let's see what you've got. It's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But you said it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothing. There's one place. One place the killer could have hidden his wound. What did you say? Hidden? Ah, yes. This is it. My last stand. When you think about this from a different angle, what do you think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing? I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line. Final stop, Troit. Let's see what you've got. Where's this location? Where you say the killer hid the wound. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Troit? Or was that just him? Yeah? Can't be. We're living on through him. Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask! During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? You have a dagger wound under there somewhere. I'd say this whole case is solved. Ah. Let's go, dude. Let's go. It's already 1:30. We're so over. This should have been 2 streams. Oh well, it's fine. It's fine. Was that cup number 17 or was that cup 18? Just now. I saw our spirit in you. Never liked you. 6 years ago. You helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And while I was sleeping, you led me to die. I mean, it's not my fault though. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. Yeah, honestly though. I mean, he specifically said he never drinks more than 17 cups of coffee during a court case. During a court session. That's why I'm like, is that cup 18? He always drinks exactly 17. That was his own statement. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Godot. But I was wrong about you. I knew from the very beginning. Truth is, the only person I could never find in it I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me. You, yourself. I was the one that failed to protect me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face me as death head on, so I ran. Behind a mask, I ran my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya. Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? I really wanted to save you. There's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away. Who'd that be? Are you talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. You know why? The real reason? No, why? I suppose. I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. Huh? I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my unbroken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Nah. Is it really for Maya's sake? Well, I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? That night, in the darkness of the garden, I saw her silhouette. Part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hopland standing there in front of me. Could have been Misty Faye. Could have been that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. That man could have literally killed a 7-year-old. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was it really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Fey? Was it something else? Could have eventually. Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Was it simply a desire for revenge? Yeah, I just said that. Now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. Let me realize that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion. A fantasy. A stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. Never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, I picked up where she left off. You're a true defender of the people. God, the double objection. In that one moment, I understood everything. A great moment. Great, that's a great thing to see, honestly. Mr. Godot? I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Mr. Armando? I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. Thanks. Your wound, it's bleeding. Did you forget already? In my world, color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma. I think I've been waiting for this very moment. Mr. Armando? Your brother remembered his Maya. I'm a lawyer can cries when it's all over. Okay. This time, it is all over, isn't it? Defendant! Yes, Your Honor? Well, you weren't directly involved in the murder. Something with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself. I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I didn't have to risk it, and I was willing to cooperate anyway. Very well. Well, I hand down my verdict. Anything you'd like to say? Well, there's one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you. Apologize? Me? What? For the case 5 years ago. Of course. I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was gonna do it. She was planning to kill me. Not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? Me and my sister. We only met twice. Huh? We only met twice. First time we met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. Next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. Doug Swallow was killed. No way! It can't be true. I mean, in a whole relationship, we were It was 8 months? You thought was Dahlia Hawthorne? It wasn't actually my sister. Huh? It wasn't Dahlia. I hope one day you can forgive me. Amy. You! You mean... That's right. I lied to you. For 8 months. Oh my god! How did I see that coming? Well, I didn't actually predict it, but like in the back of my head, when she started talking, I was like, oh, yeah, it was her. She was the girlfriend. Why? Why would you do such a thing? Ever since she gave you that bottle that day, Sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and the surveillance. You couldn't move about freely. So that's why you... Sister, at the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. Prepared for the worst? Until you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. But she was ready to kill me, don't you? She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why she came to me. Came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place. I couldn't get you to give it back. How about something even as simple as that? It's past, and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, Sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It's the first time that ever happened. It was a bit strange, wasn't it? Until that day, you two were partners in crime, and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? My feelings for you. Oh, wow. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. If it meant her life. Or mine. But Iris! Iris! I spent those 8 months by your side. Feelings towards you. You changed. I have something to say to you, too. Yes? You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Aw. How nice. Thank you. It's too bad she's gonna be in prison. So good though. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though, right now, here's the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so? Phoenix, right? Dang. Yeah, I think you're right. The purpose of the trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, at least in him. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case. I understand, Your Honor. Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. We did it, yeah, woo! Court is now adjourned. Oh, man. February 10th, 4:51 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1. I, from all of that water I've been absolutely destroying, need to be back momentarily. Because my bladder is going to explode. Oh! Not my headset stand, oh no! Anyways. Go grab my headset and I'll launch my whole stand for it. And my controller. Not the controller I'm using for this, because this is on the Switch. But my Xbox One controller that's plugged into my computer right now. You know, for one, I don't think we've had a stream this long since the ending of Persona 5, but, like, I don't think I've had a stream be, like, 6 hours long like this since Persona 5 Royal. I think Royal was, like, the ending to Royal was the last time I had a stream go this long. And that I was up this late doing it. And it really is a good thing I don't have class tomorrow. Especially since my class that would be Monday, Wednesday was actually just Mondays, which is great for me, but also it's at 8 in the morning, so I would be screwed. I would have 100% cut it early. I would have cut it at a normal time. We would have done this tomorrow. That's fine. I'm down to rock anything. But anyways, February 10th, 4:51 p.m. District Court Final Lobby number 1. I genuinely did not expect it to be this long, though. I guess it's all over. Thing ended. Is justice really served? A man who risked his life to save Mai is being sent to prison by my own hand. First justice was served. I don't like that the 8-year-old has massive titties right now and they're both exposed. But Mia, I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was really brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando. I really cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean, with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I should remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. But Mia, you've accomplished something I wasn't able to. You did a great deal. Thank you. But Mia, I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix. God, why do I feel like every single time Mia talks to us, all Phoenix has to go, Mia! Oh my god, Mia! Like, I don't know. There are lots of cases and seen a lot of things. In this journey, I find myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? Yesterday's case produced one possible answer. Oh, hi, Maya. Nick! Maya? Guess that's just like my sis said. Mia? What did she say? That night when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see me, sis? I'm sure Iris too. Thank you for everything we have, for everything you've done for us, Nick. Wow. Oh yeah. How? Can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Ouch! Francisca? Still as softy as always, Phoenix, right? Excellent work, alright. Huh? Mr. Edgeworth? When did you get back? Oh, that's right. Guess no one filled her in on that one. Edward and Francisca have actually been helping me. And helping you? These two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial. The defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow. But where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he made him bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch. That was embarrassing, Nick. Definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. You too, Francisca. I don't suppose. Larry. There's room for me in this group hug, is there? Oh, Larry! What's with the, longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. It was that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? What? Asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I knew it. I'd be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh, yeah.
Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Is that right, Edgeworth?
What? Me?
Why are you making that face, huh, G?
Oh, well, yes. Indeed. Definitely can't say that they lack resemblance.
You really mean it? How about you, Francie? Did I draw you too well, too? My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I've recognized the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. I agree. Your beauty cannot be obtained by just a simple crayon. She is the ultimate prosecutie, after all. So then you'll do it? Like you promised? You're gonna model for my next picture book. Fancy whippity whip. Don't get carried away. Understandable. Well, how about that? Guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. Painting of Bro is pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh?
Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around.
Pearls? Where'd she have gone? Maybe I should have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly?
Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened.
Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either.
Francisca?
That's right. I lost her father fairly recently as well.
I can't understand how she feels. Such a wiser person than she appears, I think she realized something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can.
What do you mean by now is exactly the time?
I wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya's trying her best not to cry.
Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya?
Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand too.
How? Then tell me, Phoenix Wright. What's Maya Fey being strong for?
Well, only one person.
It's for Edgeworth.
It's for Pearl.
Pearl Fey.
The poor kid. After all, it isn't she worked so hard to follow the instructions.
Because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. For the good of the Fey clan. Because she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. Oh, how cute. How truly devoted she is to Maya.
But it's a cruel irony that it was her... Oh my god. It was a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. His mother was killed and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable.
Exactly why Maya's putting on a brave face. Doing it for Pearl's sake. So she can see her smile again. Oh, hi, Gumshoe.
Oh, hey! This is where you all were. Wow. We've got quite the bunch here today. Ouch! What was that for, sir?
Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seemed to have a mind of its own.
What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congratulations on your win! It's not tonight, pal. They're on me. So it's just got sort of kind of... So it's just sort of kind of gone down a teeny-weeny bit, but it's alright. Made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight.
What do you mean?
I said I was finishing it today. Apparently I meant it. I didn't realize it was going to be this long. It was going to be like a, you know, maybe a 4-hour ordeal. It's not 6. So I don't have class tomorrow. It's fine. It doesn't matter. Ah!
Pretty good work, Scruffy.
Oh my god.
I'm not repeating myself. You know what? That's your own fault. That's what you get for asking questions in chat and not actually listening. You can go watch the VOD.
No. I said I was finishing it. That's all. I'm here finishing it. I didn't think it was going to take 6 hours. 6.5 hours. I thought it was going to be like 4. I was fine going over to like 11 or even like 11:30, but this is a bit later than I anticipated. That was your reward? Detective Gumshoe? You said a first-class restaurant. You know what I mean. Hey, bien! Where else? I knew it, we're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, Crybaby. I'm biting too. Oh, forget about me. Oh, no. Pearl and I will be at the loser shack eating potatoes. You know, it's taking an awfully long time to get back. Stop looking for pearls. Oh, Maya. What's wrong? Nick? What do I do? Pearly. Can't find her anywhere. Huh? No, I should just went back home. That's all. I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one is searching for her. This has never happened before. As I figured, she was badly hurt by this incident. Who's responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya? But this was her fault. What did I do? Detective Gumshoe? Yeah? What is it, pal? Just go on ahead. But what about you? Maya and I will... Which of you guys once we find pearls? Nick. Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. Maybe a little late. We'll definitely be there. A lot of celebrating to do tonight. This is for the world. Yeah, but yeah. Talk about Phoenix, right? Go on ahead. Keep us waiting, alright? We won't. But where should we look? I could probably have gone. Tell Maya. Only one place I can think that pearls might have gone to. Really, back to the temple. February 10th, Hazakar Temple, main gate. Honestly? No idea. Especially because it's Trabian. These places are nutty. Hazakar Temple? The pearls? This is a very important place. After all, this whole incident started. Oh god. Sister, all back again so soon? I can't. My throat is so shot. Sister Bikini? I thought you'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. Oh, she's here. Pearly is here? The training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? God, I can't. Oh, okay. Good. I don't want to talk to her anymore. My throat can't do it. It's not in here. Ah. Maya? The hanging scroll. Huh? Someone cleaned it off. It's gotta be pearls. Ah! Mystic Maya! Really? Why? Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother... That's why you came here? The least I could do is pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm still my mother is gone, but how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. Oh, really? It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. All the people that were here for me when I needed them. All I can really do. Mystic Maya? I'm impressed. You're the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini? Yeah, madam. Mystic Misty. It's a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the god name of Kurain, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me until the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. At the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. Can you go away, please? Can you please? I can't even get to the notes. Not the notes, but like the tone. I can't do it. Always be with me till the day I die. Huh. There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? Never take the charm off until the day you die. That master's talisman. What misty kept by your heart and never take off. The container that was important. Rather, it was the contents. That's... photo! Ah. Mother? Oh no. Natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. So as humans that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defensitarians are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Oh, that's cute. It's gonna be funny. When the battle is over, bonds that connected us are severed. Always return. Time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Sir Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. Really cute that Mia and Maya broke the vase too at some point. Well, shall we get going? Everyone's waiting. Huh? This is a day to remember. A lot of things were finally put to rest. We should celebrate what we've overcome today. But I still can't. Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright. We're gonna make a brand new start. 2. Mr. Bikini, I'll be back for more training. I promise. I know. I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. We'll make sure you prepare reservations for 3 when you come back. I can't do it. Alright, we're gonna have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? This training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya. I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get. Probably don't want to, but... What is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all. But why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care. Huh? Huh? It'll be great, Nick. The special course, naturally. A great idea, after all, Mr. Nick. Do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? It'll be a nice big meal before we come next, right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I can say just one little thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. Can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps, too. Well then. Here goes nothing. Good Takumi. Thank you. We had another wonderful game. Goodbye. Well, you have to work extra hard now. Mr. Kareem, the office manager of White and Co. offices. You have to be a good big sister to Pearly and Nick, too. Well, they're not locked up or captured or something like that. What do you mean, and Phoenix with that? What? What do you mean? He's older than you. You're not the big sister to Mr. Phoenix, right? But it's true, Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. With the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. So I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation. Oh god, no. I believe we actually did that though. And they really do just be a couple, huh? Tsuichi Muramoto. Good graphic design. Thank you bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. Oh, that's nice. I'm 10 years younger. I'll take it off. Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more detective-like, sir. Don't worry about it. Name of love. Man will soil himself silly. Man. A little unfortunate that Apollo Justice is next. Probably an easy way to get her a hold of that one. That's right, I'm once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Terrain exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma. I hadn't seen her in almost a year. She told me how to use a whip. Said that I must show you what I've learned. Oh, please tell me you know how to use a whip. Akiko, Matsu. That's the name of a company called Master Mass Consulting. I couldn't tell you anything about these dedicated to stopping the evil plan of the kill. The motto is cut it out, please. Cute, huh? Oh my god. Yeah. They also sell plans to the criminals. That's okay. Because I think maybe we're the worst criminals. That's funny though. Yuki Kudo. I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright. Grandheading Don Tigre. I lent him $500,000. He said, special thick tea, and I mixed with empty hands. But he's drinking it now. Came through compromise. Why should have bandages? Makoto Fujimi and Takeshi Koike? Oh. I was told it in the way. A wrinkly, grumpy, clown-nosed waste of flesh. At least that's what I thought. The grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Embarrassing. 69 years old and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper. 69. Noriyuki Iwadare. Iwadare? As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We're hiring a new programmer to replace Glenn Elk. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam Mata. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly. Adam Mata? Adam Mata. That's gotta mean something in Japanese, right? Mata. My reporters. Since the murder, we've made so much money, I hardly know what to do. The magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. But how do you wait for Iris to come back? Special thanks to Masahiro Okamoto and Katsumi Marunaga. And Kuniko Suekane. You're such a respectable man, Teeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you as hard as though I'd got a nose for you. Well, that's fun. The voice. Good job, everybody. Oh, I finally got a voice for you, huh? Ben Grauman Jude. I don't think we ever had this section before. Little Edgeworth. Sean King. Sean King probably was this one? Or Sean King? I don't know. No? Christina Catano. Catano? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know if these people... Like, I don't know if it's like a Japanese cast, or this is like an English cast, or there's a difference. I don't know if there is a difference. James C. Wilson. Well. Just throw this one. Good old Franzi. Francisca Von Karma. Jeanette Sue. Or Janet Sue? Not Jeanette. Janet. Objection! Oh, no. David Chrislip. This. I'm back from a long term with tiring vacation and no one is here to greet me. Well, it's gone. My little whippersnapper buddy quit and now I've got no one. What kind of a lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? Little flashing lights and switches. Like some sort of space animal. Now what am I going to do with all these macadamia nuts I brought from for Reggie? I can't accept these, I'm afraid. I have some paper. Alright, oh, well. I'm going to pretend like I'm going to try to do her voice right now. I'm so sharp. Atsushi Inaba. Thank you, Mr. Inaba. I found something I'd love to do. Francie's whippity whip trip is going to turn the art world really sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. A really good portrait artist. Not a loser after all.
Good portrait artist, why are you making a picture? Good portraits. Shinji Mikami. Oh, and look at Francisco over there. Look how so cute. Better than Phoenix. We got Mihika Down, Misty. How nice. It's 2 in the morning. Capcom presents Marvel vs. Capcom 2. I think it's about every time. Well, that's it. All 3 games. We've completed the entire trilogy. Nothing left for us to do in this game. We've done it all. And we are so unbelievably over time. Unlike Persona, I'm not going to sit here and like... Yeah, like... I did it for Persona where I sat here for like a good 30 minutes. Just talk. But I don't... I can't. Not tonight. It's a great time though. I really enjoyed it. All 3 games. It was really worth it. I'm going to turn the music down a little. Oh. That's the lowest it can be. Well. Alright, I guess the music is gone now. Okay then. Well, I mean, if the music's gonna be on, I might as well just turn my Switch off then. So I will do that. I'll close out of the game. Turn my Switch off. Alright. So. Cleanup. Cleanup, but more so, what's going on? Now we've beaten Ace Attorney 3. Our trilogy is complete. And obviously, as I said at the beginning, and as I've said a couple times already, the plan is to go into Fire Emblem 6. FP6, you know? Fire Emblem the Biting Blade. Weird game to jump into after Ace Attorney, I know. But, you know what? We're doing it. I said I was going to do it. We're going to do it. You know, I've wanted to get to for quite a while, so it'll be nice to actually get around to it. So we'll start that up. Not tomorrow. Tomorrow, if there even is a stream, I might end up just cramming through all my homework, because I don't have any like crazy homework to do for this week, but it's enough that's going to take me a little bit of time. So if I end up doing that, first, I might not even end up streaming tomorrow. But if I do, it'll probably be like Gear or a roguelike, or like a roguelike or something. Or just something I can just like pop in and do. Not anything series related, maybe even Runeterra. I don't know. So that's tomorrow. There's almost guaranteed nothing happening Thursday. As much as I would love to, apparently things are going to be happening, and I am not going to be able to stream Thursday. Because, you know, I had a decision to make in that. I did not have a decision in that. You gotta love it. So that's fun. Always gotta love that one. But that's fine. On Saturday, Sunday, I don't know. I'd like to. I really do want to try to, but also in the process of trying to 100% Dark Souls 2 in my own time, which is a nightmare, by the way. Don't do it. Don't 100% Dark Souls 2. Don't play Dark Souls 2. It's not worth it. That's an over-exaggeration. It's actually not that terrible. But it's easily the worst in the franchise. It somehow managed to take, like, 13 steps forward while also taking 30 backwards. And I don't know how that happened, other than because they're using a different engine for that game. But regardless, that's a rant for another time. I might try to push through that on the weekend instead of doing a gear stream. That's all it would do, just be Guilty Gear. Until Under Night gets rolled back, if that ever happens. If we get Under Night, if we get rollback in Under Night, I better believe I've been playing an absurd amount of Under Night. I love Under Night. Online is just kind of rough sometimes. But regardless, if you don't know, there's a VODs channel. All the VODs go there the next day, noon.
12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Including this absurdly long one. Almost 7 hours. Again, I think the last time we had something like this happen was the end of Persona 5. I think that was the last time I had a stream go that far over. So I'm gonna double check that, but I think that's the only other time I've had a stream be that long. I've had streams go over many times, but I think that's the last time I've had one go over this much. The almost 2 streams of one. I mean, obviously for the longest time I was doing 4-hour streams. And Ace Attorney, it kind of became 3 hours, just because my throat can't do it. I'm not a professional trained voice actor or anything. I'm just someone who likes voice acting and would like to do voice acting at some point in time. I'm not against it. It does seem like it'd be a lot of fun to do, but naturally, someone who's not trained in voice acting and clearly does not know proper techniques for stuff, I really destroy my throat. So, I think a very short amount of time is definitely better in these games. Yeah, 6.5 hours for the Persona 5 ending. That's the last time I've had a stream go ridiculously over. Oh, actually, yeah, there was also... Oh, wow. This was the 7.5 hour one. I think that was... the... I don't know which one that was. I want to say that was probably the one where I did the final boss, or the quote-unquote final boss. The final boss of the original game. I want to see what that was. So, I mean, the only time this has happened has been with the Persona, is all I'm saying. And honestly, I'm probably going to go about the same. As far as the links for it, I got sidetracked really, really hard there. Exclamation point VODs to pull it up, or you can use the links below. There's a few different spots for it. That's something you're interested in. There's plenty of games in the backlog there. Take a look for a long time. So, it's a lot there. It's a lot to watch. If that's what you're interested in. Want to see more of me, at least. That's a good place to go for that. Or just show up on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. And sometimes Saturdays and Sundays. Always on, well, not always on Monday. I kind of talked about that earlier. I'm not going to go over it again. But D&D is on Monday. That schedule's a lot more, like, rigid, I guess. But it's also a little flexible in the sense that because it's multiple people, right, sometimes things happen and stuff's going on and we can't really do a session. So, yeah. Generally, we try to do one every week. But moving on, that's all I got. Probably playing some Guilty Gear tomorrow. Honestly, all the things. Either Guilty Gear or Runeterra, because Runeterra, the new set for Runeterra just came out today. Or yesterday, I guess. I mean, today. Right? Like the 25th, I believe. I haven't obviously messed with it at all, because I think it won't technically be out yet. Maybe? I don't know, actually. I might be wrong. I thought it was the 25th that it comes out, but it looked like when I pulled up YouTube that it might already be out, because someone that I follow, Runeterra, posted some deck stuff. So I don't know if it was just like a theory craft video, or if it's actually him playing the game. Regardless, we're so over time. It's super late, and I still got other stuff I gotta do. But until next time, I'll probably be playing some Guilty Gear.